Grand rise and grind. This you got. Week mate 912. This is To the Street TV. Yeah, we about to get into it, man. I know I ain't set the notifications, but yeah, you never know how I'm gonna do. I might just pull up on you. Pull up. But y'all, I got some good stuff for y'all today, man. I'm off right now. Y'all know I got that good news. This is not wabbit news. This is just regular news. We're just gonna do some regular stuff. We're gonna get to the wabbit a little later. But for right now, we got old news. And we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna give y'all about 5 minutes to get on in here. Y'all don't want to miss this. Matter of fact, I'm probably gonna start a little sooner than that, man. I'm gonna just let the audio play because we got about 30 minutes for audio play. Clubhouse. WAC 100 brings Kanye West to Clubhouse, and it goes totally wrong, y'all. Kanye West went on his rampage and they clipped his ass. They say, tell a bitch ass nigga, talk about it, tell the mama, talk about it, tell the kids, all that. But you better not get on here talking about them JP. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? You can't go nowhere. When them folks say your ass bad, they mean from everywhere. Everywhere, just everywhere. You can't go nowhere. Man, they ain't playing with the guy, man. But we gonna get into it, man. I'm gonna give y'all matter of fact, let's go ahead and get into it, man. Look, man, ain't no use to stalling, man. We ain't gotta wait on these folks to do. Yeah, man, these folks, they playing. They see that into the street go up, they gonna be out here. Hey. Now, I said a lie for last night, man. I messed around and overslept, y'all. I hope everybody can hear me good. Y'all let me know if you having any audio connection. Y'all let me know how the mic sound. Salute to Love Lace, Crystal Williams, Steady Grinding, Iceberg. Salute to everybody who done pulled up, man. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this audio, and we're gonna go ahead and get started with the WAC 100 and on Clubhouse, and we're just gonna see what it is he said that messed around and got killed. Well, we are turn down the music a little bit, turn my mic up. Gotcha. Info. Okay, we got the music turned down. Let's see. As far as my mic, how's my mic sounding, y'all? How's my mic sounding? Got the music turned down just a little bit. Let me know how the mic sounding before I get going. Tough quest. What's good? It's good now. Good. Okay. So I'm pulling up the Clubhouse video right now. Y'all go ahead and get your coffee ready. Go and get your blunts rolled up. Whatever you got to do, whatever gets you right early in the morning for them early birds catching the worm. We're gonna go ahead and go over this WAC video before they take it down. I mean, this Clubhouse video before they take it down. Y'all know. If they took it down out of Clubhouse, y'all know they taking it down there. So let's go ahead and here to the street gotta go ahead and get it. Yeah, don't roll up. I'm rolling up too. But here to the street gotta bring to my people before they already shut the shit down. Okay, so I'm gonna get this microphone, this is ready because I wanted to play loud and clear. Or should I play it? I might should just play it on my TV. Yeah, I can just play it on my TV because every time I play it on my TV, it sounds pretty good anyway. Plus, I'm gonna watch them with y'all. And of course, I'm gonna turn on my camera, y'all. I'm sitting around in my boxes drinking coffee, but I'm gonna go I'm about to go put on some pants, fix me some coffee. This audio is going to be about 30 minutes long, and we'll go over it while we talk, while we listen to it. Matter of fact, it's actually about 40 minutes long. So we're gonna go over the audio, expound over it a little bit, say why we probably think that it got took down. I think I know why. I listened to it twice, so I think I know why. And after that, We're gonna talk about the Brittany Griner situation, man. There's a lot of controversy going on with the release of Brittany Griner. A lot of people are, they're saying they're glad she home. I guess that's the proper thing to say, but they're mad because we didn't get more out of the deal. They feel like that more than one person should have got released for her capture. I agree to that, but it just didn't happen. What she was over there for was, for 9 years for some oil. Hey man, that's real steep. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I kind of understand, but at the same time, I get it. They had to let go of a guy that had some very serious charges. He was doing 25 years. Now, there's a lot of questions I have to ask when it comes to, the guy that they let go for her. He was sentenced to 25 years. He wasn't sentenced to life. He wasn't sentenced to death. So what he did, he wasn't in Guantanamo Bay. So what he did, it did not meet up to what she did. So we did give up something bigger. But at the same time, he's already served 11 years over here in our prison. Our taxpayer dollars are paying for this guy. I know we want to get the Marines that we got over there too. I definitely agree with that. Get them guys home. But a lot of people are sitting here complaining about what Biden did when those same Marines were sitting over there while the last administration was here also. I agree, we can get them out of here. But get that man some fucking credit where the credit was due. Because instead of complaining about he didn't do enough, get a man a goddamn little credit for doing something. Because the same motherfuckers that are talking shit about what he did, they didn't do a motherfucking thing. I see the tweet from President Trump talking about you did a bad deal. Well, we didn't even know about these guys over there as prisoners when your ass was right there, but you damn sure was praising the motherfucking Russian president. I'm just saying. I don't like Biden or Trump, but I'm calling it down the damn middle. I don't like neither one of them motherfuckers. You got somebody home. But the last motherfucker in office, you ain't bring nobody home, but you was damn sure playing goddamn, you damn sure was skinning and grinning with that motherfucker a lot. We'd have thought you could have brought anybody fucking home. Shit, you could bring Kodak Black home. You brought him home. You brought Kim Kardashian got that auntie home. You couldn't bring none of those Marines home. You couldn't make no swap outs. You got those you got those Taliban motherfuckers home. So cut the bullshit, all the politics and shit. All these people there run around with the same fucking narrative, all this wabbit shit. They'll tell you about what somebody else did, but they don't tell you about what the other motherfuckers didn't do. So y'all know I'm gonna break it down. Y'all know I'm gonna talk about it. What else I got on the menu? What else I put on the menu? Y'all, I done forgot what the fuck else I put on the menu. What all I put on the menu, y'all? What else? So we got the update on Takeoff Killer. Yes, there's been news articles, and news about how the situation went. Of course, we know that they got a killer. But we're going to go into details about how they figured it was him. How they figured it was him. I have a theory, y'all. Ears to the Street got a theory about what the fuck really happened. What really happened. And we're going to go over it. Because y'all remember I did a video about the situation when it first happened. So my theory when we went over that first video, it's close to what I said from the beginning. Not all the way now. I ain't gonna act like I was a genius, like I was some shit. But remember when I told y'all that wabbit that was sitting there beside Takeoff And how when that fight first started, I was like, y'all don't hear that when the guy was like, hey, what you doing? Like, kind of like somebody was trying to rob him or something like that, like a robbery was going down. Yeah, I think that guy did he was trying to rob Takeoff. The bodyguard seen it. He stole on the dude. The so-called security guard started shooting, but this motherfucker was drunk. He had a bottle in his hand. This is what the police saying now. They got him on video trying to shoot the dude, but he all drunk and he done shot Takeoff. But we gonna get into that. I'm gonna show y'all the evidence that I'm going by. I'm gonna show y'all my theory. We gonna talk about it. But let's start with our first story though first. I'm just giving y'all a little piece of what we're gonna talk about for right now. I'm gonna set a live for later for those rabbits that y'all know that I gotta finish up. We still got Wabbit trial later on, so y'all will pull up for Wabbit trial later on. I am off today, so Ears to the Street is gonna be YouTubing today. No telling how many times I'm gonna come on this bit today now. Y'all know I gotta grow this new channel, right? Y'all know I gotta flood these YouTube streets, right? So ain't no telling how many times I'm gonna come on today. So y'all just be here. That's all I see. Yeah, that's all. Oh, damn, I forgot I gotta add my other account. I forgot I can't use my Ears to the Street cap. Jeez Louise. All right. So let's get into our first story. Get into our first story. Whack 100 and Kanye West on Clubhouse. Y'all know I be on Clubhouse. I wasn't on this Clubhouse. I wasn't in this club. They say you had to pay for this shit. Well, that damn whack boy, he had them hurt. Yeah, they say you had to pay to get in here with Ye, man. Get in here with Ye. Yeah, bullshit, boy. Yeah, I don't blame him though. You should have to pay to talk to a dude like that, man. You should have to pay to talk to a billionaire. Don't nobody get to talk to billionaires. Don't nobody get to talk to billionaires for free. But I'm gonna play a video real quick, and when this video is done, we'll go ahead and start up with our first segment of this. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button on y'all way in, man. That's the only way this Ears to the Street gonna get through these streets, through these YouTube streets. Y'all know what the weapons did to my channel. It ain't dead yet, y'all. I'm filing my appeal today. I just wanted to make sure I had enough time where I can.
Come in, close the door. What's good? Say no more. I'm really a chef. I can cook it up right here in front of you. What you need? Let go. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Point them out, make them live what they route. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is a dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Point them out, make them live what they route. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is a dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself.
Niggas big cat like a Mexican Fiesta. Dope on the scale, you won't get no extra this way. Make your hoe do what the money say. Tell your old man he don't want it, babe. I just bought a new stick the other day. Cook dope on the stove or microwave. The neighbors don't like the J's, they keep calling. Come on. I'ma keep serving the thumb and defy the ranks. Shit smell like fungus. No Q and not just the city. Keep focus my business, I'm just being honest. Keep dealers and killers among me. Wrap your ass up like a mummy. Stack that little white hood and dip on her. I feel like OJ, little homie. To the plug, the car, I'm alone. Send it to the Pope man. Freddie P fly higher than most. Higher than most. Try me, didn't I see a ghost? 93 OG, it came from West Coast. I'm tired to your hoe, I just came from my throat. MOBB, OG, get oh, let's go.
Go take a seat, get at the kitchen, I'm cooking, keep whipping it. Longest promoters keep booking, I'm running it. You get it all till I'm done with it. Give me that repo, your block, you won't get it. Hell with the scale, got it booming like speakers. I know what I'm doing. Don't need no features, court dates and funerals, commas and numerals. Really a shell, cook it up right or left. Working my move, I need more than enough. These niggas bluff, they really not tough. Head first, running up a check till my heart start 3-point. Working on my shot, trying to get hot. Swear to God, promise not to fold, never flip flop. Good smoke, good dope, busting out the zip lock. Don't think about it, you try, you might die. These niggas capping, they living a lie.
Into this news. All right, let me put me a nice little backdrop up. All right, fair use. Let's get into it. Y'all don't really need a stream. I'm going to put on me some clothes and fix my fix me some coffee. Y'all enjoy this. I'm gonna be taking over it. So fair use. This is Kanye West on Clubhouse. And some people ask some questions, you know, just some basic questions.
It's shut down by Clubhouse. People, the entire room got shut down. And from what I understand, there was tickets sold for this interview. We're gonna get right into this audio because I definitely don't like to waste you guys' time. Y'all drop a like and drop a sub if you can.
Hit that like button.
The Democrats don't even like Biden at this point. What are we gonna do? I know because I used to be married to a Democrat, you know, so that's claim she bipartisan, but 100% be doing dinners with Hillary. So it's all formed.
Hey, I pointed this out a while ago. This man cannot go on not one motherfucking interview where he don't have to bring up two people. That's his ex-wife and Drake. I bet he gonna bring up Drake. Y'all already know. I made a video about it. He blamed everything on Drake.
Of these prisons, all these contracts are forms of prison. But let's get directly to these prison systems. And, you know, me and people working on our...
Is the audio fine?
I don't say run, I say walk.
Before I go too far into this, can y'all please let me know if y'all can hear that fine? Is it too loud? Is it too low? Do I need to make any adjustments to the audio before I continue on? One of my mods, let me know. I trust y'all. Let me know, mods. Let me know. Let me see what y'all saying. Drake! Oh yeah, P, I'm gonna enjoy my day off. Audio good, bet. Let's keep it moving there.
Walk to the office. You know, my perspective is the Bible says thou shalt not kill. In earlier times, there were Catholics who were into the death penalty, latter, less into it. Catholic, I'm just straight up Christian. I believe that Jesus did enough dying for us. Catholics feel, you know, we can add something to the table. You know, it's kind of, I think Chris Rock had a joke about that. That was like, okay, you made all the millions, and your girlfriend's like, man, but I brought this steak to this place. You know, that's something I go back and forth. Like our Christian humor, we be going back and forth on whether you need acts or if kept saying his only begotten son was enough for us to get to heaven. But that's I'm like Christian. I'm a new Christian anyway. Apparently, I don't know enough about God yet. I'm told this all the time. But back to what we're saying. On the death penalty, there's I got a letter yesterday from a white gentleman, because apparently white lives, I guess, don't matter, but this is a white gentleman, because I said white lives matter, and all of a sudden, I got 4 stadium shows canceled. I had, what's the place where the Rams play? You know, I was going to make that my living room for, like, you know, a couple nights, and they, you know, go to sleep, people watch it, you know, so, No, I was gonna make a stadium in my living room for a little bit.
I'm only gonna address this one time. I'm gonna pause that real quick so I can address one thing, and I'm only gonna address it one time. This is not the Wabbit video. Don't come in here with the Wabbitry right now. Mods, this is the day y'all can use y'all pistols. If they're not coming in here to enjoy the content, which they are not trying to get in here with a little back and forth on Wabbitry. I repeat, if you are coming in here to enjoy the content, that's fine. This is not the back and forth, the trolling, the Wabbitry. I'll have that later. I'm only gonna time you out right now, just to let you know.
And then I wore the White Lives Matter T-shirt, and apparently I didn't know White Lives didn't matter. So I wore the T-shirt, and it's interesting. White gentleman wrote a letter to me from prison, and just talking about how he was wrongfully accused, how he was living a normal life in college, and they got all of this evidence, and he's still locked up. So let's get to death penalty. Not only people be accused, but our judicial system, people could be wrongfully executed. So until we take the time to really check the DNA, put people with Christian values. Now, I'm tired of this moral compass conversation, because it be people that's like, hey, I'm in a different place. I got a good relationship. That ain't no good relationship. You just don't want to listen to him. That's not a good relationship. Oh, I got a good relationship with God. No, you don't. You up there not trying to listen to God, right? And these are the kind of people that are setting our laws.
Hey, share this room. Share this YouTube room on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. Share this goddamn YouTube link, please and thank you.
From life, period. Life from pro-life on babies being born to no death penalty. But also, we can't immediately apply any kind of laws to abortion. And I know all my writers are going to be like, wait, what are you talking about? Until we present an alternative. Because people who go to get these abortions feel that there's no alternative. Ain't like, people don't just naturally not want to have their children. We are put into places where we never got our reparations. We're put in boxes, we're gerrymandered, and we don't feel like we have no other opportunities. So before I step into the monasteries and this thing that God has set on my heart, like it's Noah's Ark right here, we got to say, in the judicial system, I got to learn a bit about the system when I was getting debanked and sued and attempted to be bankrupt. Ari Emanuel, he wrote, God must love me.
Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Lose $2 billion and still be worth $400 million. I looked up, I was like, I know Forbes didn't want to have to write that. I know they wanted to write like a negative, and I was like, man, and I told y'all probably heard me say in other interviews. And I've given you bits and pieces about my perspective on prison, how everything is a scope. I started at the third grade. Then I went to wrongfully incarcerated people. Then I went to how you can be wrongfully executed. So clear, we have a scope for where we're going. Because you're probably like, hey, how you know? The thing is, this is not a black and white existence that we're in. So to have to deliver messaging about this inside of sound bites is not fair to who we are as human beings. Only 30% of our language is verbal. And there's nothing whiter than English itself. It's literally English, right? So we're not even speaking in our native tongues on a platform that's not our native platform. So we're already still inside of some boxing rink, inside of some, and when we're in combat with each other, we're in some type of Mandingo competition, beating each other down, and not even on our platform. It's all said and done. We still don't own the block, or on the platform, or on the bank, or on the distribution center, or on the manufacturing. Like I built the first sportswear manufacturing.
Okay.
Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that.
Company since World War II in Cody to bring jobs back. And meanwhile, people are just going in, moving my equipment. They move the equipment to LA. They take my name off of it, put somebody else's name on it. So by the time I'm in a situation where I'm finally out of the Adidas state, I'm having to go start from scratch, go get EVA machines from scratch, go design the slide from scratch. And I'm happy about it, but boom, there goes another prison system. You get these collusions, you get these lawyers, right? When I was going through my divorce contracts, I had 3. We're not going to say what hospital is. We're not going to say who the lawyers are. We're not going to say what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that.
And they, just look at the picture like I got the green jacket on. Right now. We're not going to say who it is. So, and they was just looking over stuff. They like literally just going to get the custody of the kids that are, you know what I'm saying? Like we had to go line by line by line by line and really understand what does it mean that the award goes to the practitioner, and what do all these things mean? I think we ain't never used the word practitioner in the studio. We ain't never used the word practitioner, on a basketball court. They never mentioned practitioners in Wakanda 2, where they killed all the dads and all the moms running, just like they did in real life. I mean, y'all could have just made Michael B. Jordan be Black Panther. Like you really had to. I go ahead, man.
So I have another question for you. So, what are your thoughts on people blaming you being outspoken as mental illness?
I love when Lil Uzi told me, "Crazy and crazy than crazy," meaning we are in a crazy society. This is Game of Thrones. If you look at the situation we're in, the percentage of us going to prison, the percentage of us being aborted, the fact that they can like Adidas can come at me like that, and your friends, quote unquote, like Pusha T can stand right next to an Adidas sign right after they've done that. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're living in crazy environments. I could put up, hey, I don't have the address to my daughter's birthday on her birthday, and now one of these celebrities speak up. These are crazy, right? And then really look at the things that I'm talking about. A lot of people feel like me. So what's the crazy part?
Now, I agree with him, but I don't agree with him right now. Yeah, I agree with him, but I don't agree with him. We are in a chaotic society. And chaos is starting to get normal. You get what I'm saying? But for you to try to point out one of your ops, for him sitting right beside an Adidas company, when you sat beside all these companies for the longest, while they done many, you ain't the first person they done wrong. When they did that to Kyrie Irving, you ain't stand up and we ain't hear shit from you. And even if it goddamn you did, even if it wasn't you first, you wouldn't have did shit because you wouldn't have forfeited your millions. So cut the bullshit. I got called cap right there. But I do agree with you. The chaos is become normal. A lot of people will sit around for a lot of bullshit. Won't say a goddamn word. But I don't think just because it didn't work out for you now you got something to say. It's you first. Because you was fucking boosting up Balenciaga, you was boosting up Adidas, you was fattening them folks' pockets as long as they was giving you what you wanted. So we gotta call the cap what a cap is. I'm just saying.
And that one of these celebrities.
Oh, sorry, wrong phone.
What I'm saying, or the fact that I'm willing to say it?
No, I appreciate it.
Well, I guess we both crazy because I'm gonna say shit.
Yeah,
you right. Pusha ain't his op. I'm thinking about Drake. Yeah, that's Drake. That was Drake op. You right. But I still stand by what I'm saying though. Cause yeah, they your friends or whatever. But these folks, what you want these folks to lose their house, their kid, all their friends and family about that shit too? You still up 400. These folks barely still. I ain't gonna say they barely getting by. But they know it. They know if they can do that shit to you, they can do it 3 more times to them. And sometimes they ask the same questions I ask. You go around and you complain about the woman that you did marry. Everybody told you not to do that. So when you do it and you jump out that window like that, and now you got that family going against you along with these J people going against you, hey, you want people to jump in a goddamn hole that you jumped yourself in. That's a hard decision though. I'm just saying. Everybody wants your ass. Yeah, it's bigger than you. I agree with that.
I'm crazy too.
Yeah, that's capital because all you got is Israelites.
Right, R-Bird. Can't lie and Duke and then complain about the state.
I think that was a good question. And what I wanted to ask you, do you think they intentionally misunderstand you so then that everyone else would then also be able to begin to misunderstand you? So when you start doing things that are clearly intelligent thinking, people will already be pretty determined to, okay, Kanye is just crazy, so we just try to ignore him. Like, what do you think of that?
I got to say, God bless Kyrie, because he never had an MK Ultra Canadian intelligence trainer that was connected to multiple celebrities, mental health and deaths, from Aaron Carter to old girl from Clueless, her husband. So what I'm saying is Kyrie showed you the energy of change that can happen just by two of us standing on something we believe in at one time. How many times it was only me at the telethon, only me at running on stage saying it's the best fit, only me, you know what I'm saying? And this is the first time he say, man, I know y'all got gay, paying this crazy, but look at this documentary right here, which mind you is still up on Amazon. And ain't nobody talk to Bezos or who the new CEO is on Amazon. So it's like we're starting to realize that was that one moment. And Kyrie, he really took that hit on my behalf, and on God's people's behalf. That you got to see what happened. Not that we was directed by Disney. And it's like, oh man, they came together on this thing I'm watching on HBO or Hulu or Disney. But in real life, that people would take a financial sacrifice for the truth, because the truth will set us free. Like, who is Phil Knight? Ain't nobody exploited nobody more than Phil Knight. Are you kidding me? The head of Nike? And it's so funny how God got a sense of humor for him, because he's now come and put money publicly towards the Republican Party, because the company he created is getting gangbanged.
Hey, want to know how I got this $50,000 check?
Break. Don't worry about it. We back. I'm right here.
That Christian to say like that, but feel like your company is getting gangbanged. So go ahead and go back to your house and walk 10 steps in front of your wife. Like when I seen you in Palm Springs and you was walking 10 steps. How you going on a walk with your wife and you 10 steps ahead? I was like, see, that's why I don't like Nike. And this is the person that's setting the, what do they call it? The environment or whatever. It's another word for that I'm missing right now. But the environment at Nike, of course, ask anybody that's ever dealt with Nike. You know, they treated people, they didn't treat people good. They were treating me really bad when I had the Red October. And that's part of the reason why I ended up going to Adidas. You know, this is all related to Kyrie. This is where I'm going with it. But certain things just spark other things that I would like to tell y'all. I remember sitting in my mother-in-law's kitchen, and it was the same story that everybody got. My girlfriend pregnant. You know, I'm from Chicago. I ain't want to leave Nike. I grew up in a city of Jordan. You ain't never seen somebody draw so many Jordans on their sketch pad and go and look at the shoes, and the Scottie Pippen flights was the purple and black ones was behind plastic because they ain't want nobody touching them too much because they wanted to still sell them. We were going to Champ Sports. This is when like the shoes jumped over when Nike got that air bubble or that different kind of foam at the bottom, and they jumped past Avia, and K-Swiss and Reebok because they was neck and neck for a while, and then they jumped and then they made those pumps. With David Robinson, they literally dropped the Maybach shoe. They had the nerve to have a shoe for $180. Now, I know that's a normal price right now for a kid. Shoes cost $60 back then. But I remember that effect that Nike had on me. It didn't matter that you could buy that David Robinson pump or not. It affected me that at the point when Nike was treating me like how Chase was treating me, like how Adidas was treating me, that...
Oh, shit. Sorry, y'all.
I was willing to stay with Nike because of how much I loved it, because of the value that we place on brands.
You was willing to stay for that check, bro. Come on, don't come with that capping shit, Ye. Don't come with that capping shit.
Due to propaganda and, you know, just mental manipulation, all the Edward Bernays advertising. Why did Nike swoosh mean something to you? Why we want to be like Mike instead of wanting to be like Price? Why every half numbers in the NBA is number 20? All of that is branding, mental branding.
You're right.
And you get a brother like Kyrie, well-read information. And another thing, you take like Jalen Wright, take Kyrie, take a couple people, right, who their family is going to be all right no matter what. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple family members that might ask me for a loan here and there, but my family got jobs, right? So that means that I don't have to listen to nothing nobody got to say. If I want to get rid of all my money and go to like riding skateboards or driving an Uber for the rest of my life, I can do that. But you know what they go and do to the NBA players? They'll be like, well, what about grandma? What about your auntie? You don't want to go back. You don't want to be shamed, because they got a position. They're going to give you some type of job, some type of Shaquille O'Neal job for the rest of your life, as long as you play the game. And with Kyrie, he got 1 year left. They question it, like, will he even go?
Now, I definitely agree with him there. They're going to make sure you straight for the rest of your life if you play the game. And they already was looking for some kind of something on Kyrie in his last year, because we all know the Brooklyn Nets always was already as a liability. So I definitely agree with him there.
Will he go play basketball again? And it's interesting to me. I know you got a question later about Candace Owens. Man, you got to understand. Like in 1 week, I went in Trump, Alex Jones, and then Elon. Like in a matter of 10 days, right? Where's the lies? You know what I'm saying? So, because everybody's beholden to somebody, right? And I gotta say, I'm proud of Trump that he actually.
And we gotta call Cap here, because you're doing the same thing. You're not following up under Trump because you're feeling like he's the best candidate. You're not following that movement because you feel like that's gonna help you out. You're not doing that for black people. Cut the cap. But continue on. I agree with you some places you're capping, homeboy.
He spoke up, and Ari Emanuel put something out that showed that I had stretched the limits of the idea anti-Semitism. So listen to this thing that Trump put up, I think it was this morning, right? So he says,
how many subscriptions are you paying for? Rocket Money finds sneaky or forgotten subscriptions.
How quickly Jewish leaders forget that I was the best, by far, president for Israel. They should be ashamed of themselves. This lack of loyalty to their greatest friends and allies is why large...
All right, this is where it's about to start getting a little shaky. YouTube, I'm only just responding. I'm only just doing a reaction. Fair use, YouTube. These are not my words. Yeah, this is not a monetized channel, so they might not fuck with this channel. If I would have probably played this on my main channel, I don't know. I mean, this is all over YouTube. Well, there's a couple of people on YouTube, but this comes from Clubhouse, so they might not fuck with it.
Numbers in Congress and so many others have stopped giving support to Israel. He could have never said that had it changed in 1 week. It changed in 1 week. Because I went and I grabbed the third rail and I lived. I went as far as you can go. And I lived. Now let's open up the conversation and see that Jared Kushner was standing next to Trump the whole time, and Rahm Emanuel was standing next to Obama the whole time, and then Rahm Emanuel went to my hometown and destroyed that city. And what I like is I was talking to a friend of mine that just took $30 million from Ari Emanuel. I'm sorry, he ain't got money like that, from an investment company that Ari Emanuel is associated with. And I heard, hey, big man. I heard, hey, Ari, you mad? You mad? Oh, Ari, what you so mad about? Oh, because they keep on making you put them articles out because you at the lowest level of the power structure? Is that why you so mad, Ari Emanuel? Oh, what? Oh, how does the power structure run? Okay, we got China. It headed to be potentially, if it's not for Jesus Christ, the New World Order, the New America. But previous to that, we do have Christian grand families, the Medici, 1,000-year-old families. They sit above the Vatican. The Vatican sits above the financial groups, BlackRock and Vanguard.
Okay, well, you saying that, with you saying that, but you're definitely pushing the same agenda, brother. You know this stuff, so you're not doing it out of ignorance. You're doing it out of knowing. So are you misleading the people, especially the black community? I'm just asking, brother. I'm just saying.
Vanguard sits above Putin, Kim Jong-un, Biden, and you know who's under all?
Trump.
Emmanuel, Hollywood.
Trump also. Yes. Go ahead and admit it, brother. Cut the cap.
It is the first line of defense for the
Okay,
CIA
Lovelace.
for mind control. Come and get me.
My other question for you is, you know what you mean when
Now, you understand? I said, "Come and get me." But I just said it's far past anything anybody in my position has ever said publicly. You understand that? So we just riding around at this point. I ain't got security. Y'all know exactly where I'm at.
And after that, I have a God on your side. I appreciate you.
You ain't lying about that. You drive me crazy.
You know God got us because at that time they're seeing it, right? They're seeing it. And they're doing it every time. You know, I got this joke. I'm gonna just go ahead and tell it. It's very racist.
No. Naturally.
Okay, I do the whole joke in the Chinese accent.
There you go. All right, let's go.
Come on, man. I know you're gonna say it's very long. So watch this. Okay, so when I wear the red hat, when Kim had the responsibility of watching me, they came to her and said, "Go get your nigga." And then Kim comes to me, "The red hat, you gotta take that off. You can't wear it to the."
So he's saying that Kim had the responsibility of watching him. So he's saying that Kim was his watcher or his handler. But why did you marry her, brother? Why did you give her kids? If you know that, are you telling us you did not know that before you married her? Are you telling us you did not know that before you had kids with her? Did you not know that she was topping off Ray J and all that stuff like that? Did you not know her bloodline? Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
She said, "Look, my job done. Mama, we got," you know what I'm saying? So then I go and I put White Lives Matter on a t-shirt. And I go, okay, go. Oh, you know what? Let's go get celebrities. Let's go get Puff Daddy. Let's get Dave Chappelle. Let's go get Meek Mill. What made somebody think Meek Mill could say something to me? What made? No, this is the funniest thing of everything. Yo, man, I'm about to start crying, laughing, man. Somebody thought Meek Mill. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Meek is a gangster, man.
I said, I'm literally a tear. So,
The world tour or your girl tour, right?
Okay, that was not my joke.
Did I miss the joke? Did I miss the joke? Cause I'm trying to find a joke. Can somebody get rid of that sex spam right there for me, please? Can somebody please get rid of that sex spam for me real quick? One of my mods. I ain't got my phone in front of me.
Really funny to me.
Yeah, I missed the joke too.
Okay. You know when you're having sex, you're trying to think about something really unrelated. I think of something really not funny. Because every time I think about that, I can't finish that story. Okay, somebody thought it. Okay.
Now you know when nobody in Clubhouse is laughing, not even Whack. Nobody got the joke. Nobody got the joke. But for some reason, it's hilarious to him.
Anyway, they say, "Daddy, go get your nigga," right? And then Buff calls me, with a wire on, right? And he's just like, "Yo, I'm gonna beat up anybody with the White Lives Matter shirt."
He said Puff called him with the wire on. So he felt like that was a setup. Wow.
And then so that's why I was like, yo, leave me alone. You fed, you work for Jewish people. So then it was like, went to Ari Emanuel, and they were like,
do this brilliant trick for just 15 minutes per day to get incredible abs without working out.
Yo, go get your nigga. And Ari's like, bro, I don't really like, this man is like really just prep for war at all times. And I really, okay. All right, here I am. I'm Ari Emanuel. I want all the, businesses to not do business with my name, Ye, by the way. I want them to not do business with Ye, right? And then they freeze, they debank me. Adidas sues me for like 75 million for marketing that we agreed upon. That was, I'll get into a longer story on that. And they freeze my accounts. They, my royalty for the next 4 years was $500 million a year, $500 million cash, zero than Dave Chappelle, for 4 years. That's what was in contract. If I didn't do nothing, if I just Yeezys, foam runners, slides, all that, And so within 1 week, that's the whole thing. Oh, he lost $2 billion in a day. Then I went on Alex Jones and I said, love everybody. I said, love everybody because they, I ain't gonna say who it is. I ain't gonna say what doctor it is.
I appreciate you, Iceberg.
Have been trying to make us love certain things. Love the Grammys, love Nike, love killing each other, love opioids, love strip clubs, right? But it's like, no, you can't love this person. You can't.
Now, some of that stuff you had us love too now. Because you was promoting the hell out of Balenciaga, Versace, Nike, Adidas, your liquor, all of that shit. You was helping us with that shit too now. Now, your music don't promote killing, and I salute you to that. But a lot of the shit that black people loved, you was one of the motherfuckers that was pushing it too. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
No, you gotta hate this person. This is a demonic figure, and you gotta hate this. So me, I'm like maybe a little bit autistic. I think I'm more autistic than I am bipolar, right? I think that's incorrect. I don't think I'm bipolar, but I am like an autistic person because you seen me being on stage with Drake last year. Kendrick said he got more growing to do. I can't help.
I told you it was coming, y'all. You ain't gonna never hear no conversation from Ye without Drake coming up. I told y'all. This man has an obsession with his ex-wife and Drake.
But love. I love Ari Emanuel. I can't help but love. I don't have nothing but love. So then I said, I love Hitler. Meaning I love everyone. It's for God to judge. It's for us to love, and that's to be Christ-like. And then Ari Emanuel goes to his bosses in China and says, what am I going to do now? It's like, and they're like, I don't know. We love Hitler too. You gotta understand that that's how China has taken over. They study his playbook.
With every fill-up, it's been cash back over the past year. How much does it say?
$344 so far.
Download the app, search the gas stations near you. He can deposit his savings from the Get Upside app in his bank account, on a gift card, or PayPal.
It's really super, super simple, and I'd actually recommend it to most people.
Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry about that. I stepped out the room for a quick second.
And so what I'm dealing with my accounts, but when they didn't clear the Donny Hathaway sample for me yesterday morning, and it was, I'm not going to say what kind of link, I'm not going to say what hospital it was. I'm not going to say what it is. It was in between me and the Donny Hathaway estate, thus being in between me and the audience because I wanted to put my new music out. Now I can't do that due to the constant cancellation, right? That playbook is the communists following parts of the Nazi playbook. So really, I'm the one, and it's Jewish people that actually are helping me at this point, right? There's people literally hiding me under their wooden floorboard because everyone's like, man, he gave an opinion. So this is a cautionary tale. Look at even Charlemagne, we be having our issues, and he had to say it out loud. He do it a bunch of times. He made Biden say what it really is out loud. We remember that. He made whoever that guy was on his show say what it really is out loud. We remember that. And he said, yo, but Ye said something, he lost everything. And everything meaning everything they gave us. Because God gave me. I know, some people say, oh, got you. Got it. Or like Drake said, Adidas they have Kanye West, I think, right? I'm like, ain't nobody had me since my mama. Don't nobody got me. Don't nobody had me, has me, none of that. So people take everything. And you can't take it away from me. It's too late. That energy, that soul, there's nothing they could do at this point. There's nothing we could do other than have a real conversation at this point. Because guess what? After all of that, we still ain't had a conversation about the contracts and what led me to the death country in the first place. That's the reality.
So I want to get into the next one then.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. So you have mentioned that the sacrificing of John, and I kind of wanted you to elaborate on what did you mean by that.
This is just an idea of something that I saw. Me seeing Michael Jordan's father taken away, Bill Cosby's son, my mom. I felt like these things happen to bring trauma and control to the Black voices, the blood of Christ, the original voice, the voices that are controlled by the media. This could happen. This could happen to you. This could happen again. This is what we're going to do. We're going to make the sacrifice. And, this is just, I saw a pattern. Sometimes people say, oh, what you're saying, that sounds erratic. I'm a producer. I see pattern recognition. I'm listening to Otis in Paris, sitting at the table with Jay and Beyonce and Dream and stuff. Virgil's there. And I just hear the song and and boom, let me make that a pattern. That's one of my things of what gives me a neo ability to see the world in these black and green, matrix green ways is my pattern recognition. That's what makes me a Rain Man. And if Rain Man saw those three things add up, he'd say, okay, well, the fourth one's going to be Tiger Woods. And then the fifth one's going to be, you get what I'm saying? There's a pattern of that happening. So I think the word sacrifice is, and I'm super Christian, but it sounds too, nothing can never be too religious, but in this really secular media world, they use religion to sound, and people are always going to write things off as sounding crazy. So, guess what? It's up to people to believe the stuff I'm saying or not at this point. Pretty much it's right every time. So, and I still have the ability to speak, and that's why I did this morning, because the last thing I need to do is stop expressing myself, because God put me in this position to express myself. So I'm saying my pattern recognition says that looks like there's sacrifices to major black celebrities in Hollywood.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, guys.
I appreciate it. I had a question, right? I followed you like on your first album up until now. On your first album, you had songs like Spaceship, you had Jesus Walks. Even in your song, The Last Call, which I still play when I work out, you said, I played Jesus Walks for me and they wouldn't sign me. And so now, when you fast forward to 2022, you're extremely active with your beliefs. Is this something that you wanted to do back then, but you felt like maybe either the masses wasn't prepared for it or would be held back, and now you feel like you're in a position to bring it forward? Because I'm a fellow believer in Christ as well. Like, what made that change come to where you push it the way that you push it?
Jesus will break you down, and I would like to not be one of them cliche Christians that only call on God on Easter or when they at their lowest moment. But, it would feel like all those man-made possessions were taken away from me. And what I want to say, we talk about the accounts being frozen, that ain't got nothing to do with Jewish people. It has to do with the fact that I went on Drink Champs drinking and bragging about not serving Christ. If I say, I buy a girl a house, that's I want me to say with the money that he provided. Because to get that to be worth $11 million, that's God. And God had to sit me back and joke me and put me in that well for a bit until I told the world to use this position to say, Jesus is king. There's only one way. You're talking about Jesus, you wrong. You can't live.
Sorry, sir, you're wrong. You're wrong there. I'm sorry, there's not only one way. And if you're saying that there's only one way and that's the only way, I have to disagree with you there, sir. I have to disagree with you there. Because I respect people who believe in religion. Don't get me wrong. Hey, salute to you, believe in whatever you want to. But the history and the knowledge is there. Yeah, the history and the knowledge is there. You cannot fool people who actually study. People who actually study their history. So sorry, brother, you're committing some wabbitry right here. So we like your music. We like that you know, nice deals or whatever, you know, that you making your money. But yeah, all black people are not gonna follow that guideline, and for good reason. Not even white people follow that guideline. People who do research, people who do their homework, they know better. So this is where you kind of, you know, another cat moment.
You can't lead. Now you get some suggestions. You can work on this contract, but you can't lead. You can't lead until you follow, and until you follow the truth and the way, and that is.
So I'm an Uber driver, and it's so frustrating getting.
Hold on, y'all.
And that's what I had to learn. And I go down there, you know, because I go into these places. I got an opposing. I got the short man combat. I got my lawyer from Carlito's Way Complex for sure. What are you talking about? I got pink polo. You know what I'm saying? I still don't like the way Tata used to look at me in the studio. You know what I'm saying? It just never left my mind. You know, somebody just give you a look like, what you doing? You play a beat. But I gotta say, one thing that's so funny is like nobody really had my back and supported me as much as Tata. Now he always gonna keep it real because this is one of the realest people. Like if anybody know Tata, this is one of the realest, most straightforward people. Like even Jay might keep it more politically correct, but Tata just gonna boom. He's just gonna say what it is, how it always is. But Tata got me on Jay-Z on the Blueprint too. I talked to him. I was like, man, Tata, you know I got this chain back in Chicago, man. I run around saying I'm on the rock, man. And if I don't rap on Jay-Z album, man, people, you know, they ain't gonna really believe in me as a rapper, man. And he went and got Jay to put me on Point Out the Bounce on the Timberland beat. And my rap wasn't even that good. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no Watch the Throne rap. But, you know, it's like, he did that. Another thing is I always be talking about Jay Brown. I'll be having my issue with Jay Brown. We got this joke going back and forth where it's like, he had this leather jacket. And this leather jacket had wool, but it had leather sleeves. And it made me think of like the leggings that girls used to wear where it's like gym in the back, but leather in the front. I'm like, if you're going to the gym or you're going to the club, let's make a decision. Right? So Jay Brown had a jacket. I told him, yo, I want you to go on flight. I want you to put it up in that compartment at the top, and I want you to leave it there. So, and if you have to talk to Rihanna, there's a whole email that I put like 12 people on where I'm just talking about his jacket for a long period of time, right? And you don't know exactly what jacket I'm talking about. And I hope he left it. Leave that in the lost and found and don't find it. All right, but what Jay Brown did is when I had Stronger, and this is funny, this is like some proper music industry stuff. I had the sample, and he was working at Def Jam, and it was very important because it was so progressive, this idea. Mind you, I made Stronger because my fiance at that time liked Justin Timberlake a little bit too much. He was all bringing sexy back. I'm like, man, you just dancing too all up in the mirror to that, huh? You bringing sexy back, huh? So we made Stronger. I would play it, and she'd be looking like, you know, because I was kind of like a backpack rapper, you know, and she's like, no, I don't know if people understand it and get it. And I played the song. I remember the head Nicole from the Pussycat Dolls coming in and just like dancing. Like it looked like she had the whole Pussycat Dolls with her, just to that. But then my boy Ice Big, rest in peace, from Rough Riders came in and I played it for him. And he put his nose up. He said, the whole album gonna sound like that. And then I remember I was like, oh, I got to get this song to a place where it'll play on Hot 97. We know we're going to get the pop stations. This before, you know, I was canceled the first of my 30th times to get canceled. So we knew we was going to get the band, but we had to make it for the black station. I put the song out. It didn't bang in the club. We went and got Switch to work on it, Pharrell to work on it. And then Timberland, we had to go to the person who made Sexy Back. He redid the drums. It took him 10 minutes to do it. And then for the next 2 hours, he just talked about couldn't nobody do it but him. And nobody do it for me. You came to the right place. I'm the only person that can do this. Like, you know, I'm just sitting there and just listen to him. Like, when Pusha T listen to me talk for a long time. Or like how y'all listen to me talk for a long time right now. They got me in my therapy today. I've been going through a lot. But anyway, I want to say Jay Brown went and there was someone who had the sample also. He went and bought the song to ensure that the first time you heard that was from me. So me and Jay Brown have our differences. Like he got a difference. Like he feel like it's okay to wear jackets with leather sleeves and wool bodies. We agree to disagree. But he has done a lot. You know, this stuff is like funny to me. I'm one of these people that you can tell obviously likes the sound of their own voice. And by the sounds of being the top 5.
Yeah, we kind of could tell.
Artists of all time without no album out. Hundreds of millions of other people do too. Did that answer your question?
Yeah,
Now, my next question.
Wait a second. He didn't sound energized on that, though.
No.
Get him, Jay.
Oh, shit, y'all.
I want to do a follow-up, but I know I am for that.
No, do the follow-up, because I want your energy level high.
Okay, so my follow-up, I follow like the Israelite belief. And so the reason why I asked you that question about your path is because I love that journey. I see you're switching. And then from watching the Drink Champs video, you made a statement to say that, we're the Jews too. So like, where did that part come from? Was it something that you learned from like the Jewish people? Or is this something that you learned from your own side? And where do you intend to take that part?
When I went on Alex Jones, it's interesting. He talked about this. It's so funny. You wouldn't expect Alex Jones to specifically back up that thought and that theory. I would read the Bible. I'm looking at the location of the Bible, and I wouldn't visited Buju Banton, and I'm getting different people's perspectives on Christ. I have my boy Mickey Halstead also shares the same beliefs. And my question is, why are we the only people that don't have a flag? Well, obviously, our existence was erased. Those slave ships was real, bro. We are the Jew, and they are Jewish, like that of a Jew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you wanted to hear that? I'm already canceled, right? So I can say something like that. I want to make sure, because it was important to face. I heard in your voice that Timberland story that I tell all the damn time was not that funny to you. You was trying to get it to somebody. You was trying to get it to like a real conversation. We trying to line up in front of the stadium right now. And people, my thing is, you know what? There are truths. There are truths to the relationship. Stereotypes exist for a reason. There are more Chinese computer engineers and Indian computer engineers than there are of other races. There are more creatives in the entertainment field than of other races that are black. Certain stereotypes exist for a reason. That's why they're around. Like, everyone's trying to homogenize the New World Order us and not have us look at the heritage of where things come from. Something that I heard for Christians out there is that the Bible describes dinosaurs as dragons. Is that something in the indoctrination school known as Sierra Canyon that they do to make your kids come home and be like, well, Dad, what's up with the dinosaurs? So we're saying the importance of history. And if we know where we come from, we can know where we're going. And there's all these overlaps where history repeats itself. Like certain stuff where I go through dealing with Yeezy and Skims and all that, I feel like I'm in a Gucci movie right now.
It's about to happen,
as
y'all.
we speak. Like even this thing, like, why was Corey Gamble sent into the Kardashian Jenner family? Mind you, Corey Gamble was Puff Daddy's Manny, right? And then Corey Gamble was next to Justin Bieber when he was getting in trouble, right? And then soon as Bruce Jenner turned to Caitlyn Jenner, here go Corey Gamble. Why is that? Because if you see me and Kim, and I'm doing an Easy Fashion show, and we got the most visibility of all time, then the richest man in the world would offer me a deal and then take the deal away from me and then hire my best friend, make him head of Louis Vuitton, right? It was all to keep us at the Ari Emanuel entertainment level because we stay on the path we're going.
I kind of disagree there because your best friend that they gave that job to, he was more qualified. Ye seems to think that sometimes that if he don't get something, there's a huge conspiracy behind it as far as on him. But when the truth was that man was way more qualified than you. You would have got it just because of your status. He got it because of his talent. And it's real kind of weird because of the fact that you seem very congratulating about it, but we hear you constantly kind of bicker about it like you wasn't. So, that man put in a lot of work to get to where he was. So I gotta disagree there, but continue on.
Get to Medici level. You go above Vatican. You go above Vanguard and BlackRock. But right now, Shorty got an investment firm that's half with, I'm not gonna say what hospital is, I'm not gonna say what the doctor is, So,
no surprise.
but that's the thing, is you got to understand, the Armenians work in the meatpacking district and the Jews work in the nigger packing district.
Oh shit.
The Jews are used by the blacks.
Oh shit. Yeah, he about to get everybody who got that recorded that in fucking trouble. Probably including my ass. Yeah, y'all don't be surprised this shit be gone. Damn. Did he just say that? Did he just fucking say that? I know he ain't lying. But you know damn well you shouldn't have said no shit like that. He said in the nigger packing industry. He said we in the nigger packing. I mean the J people in the nigger packing industry. Wow. Wow.
They'll sell anything.
That's real. That's real. I mean,
come and get me.
Oh man, he knew this was about to get.
Wow, they just ended the room.
And that's how it went, y'all. That's how it went. Ye went to talking that shit. And he telling him to come and get him. And Clubhouse was like, hold up, go get that nigga. Yeah, Clubhouse was like, hold up, go get that nigga. Hold up, swole up. You talking too damn much now. Yeah, hold up, swole up. What the fuck you just said? What in the fuck did you just say? Did you just say we in the nigga packing industry? Did you just say we in the nigga packing industry? Ah, hell nah. I'm about to drop the link for anybody who want to come up here and speak on that before I go to the next goddamn category. Hey, this man, let nobody, bruh, if Ye asked me, Ye couldn't even come on my platform right now. Bruh, he said that the J people are in the nigger packing industry. He said who that was it? It was another group of people. He said they in the meat packing industry. And he said the J people are in the nigger packing industry. Wow. What about Mark Curry being discriminated in a hotel by sitting in the lobby? Y'all is going to and shit. I get damn discriminated on and all kind of shit. I just ain't famous. Shit. I just ain't famous. He just want, yeah, he said the Armenians. That's what it was. He said the Armenians. But I get discriminated in all kind of goddamn industries or whatever. It's just that I'm not famous. The average person gets discriminated on probably a quarter of their life. Yeah, probably a quarter of their life famous. A lot of times I'm not feeling sorry for these entertainers that want to be, that want you to feel sorry for them because they got discriminated on. I'm just getting my camera right, y'all. I'm just turning it on, looking how it looks. So, I dropped the link. If anybody want to come up and tell me what they thought about what was being said. You can come and tell me what you thought about being said. I'm gonna give it about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. If not, nobody don't want to come up, we'll go on to the next segment. But I think there was a lot of what he said in there, a lot of it was cap. I think it was cap. That's just my personal opinion. Some of it was, some of it was victimizing, of what's going on with him. But some of it was dead ass true. It was 100. I think he was right. He just said, but it wasn't you. I guess he thought he could say whatever the fuck he wants to in Clubhouse. And ain't that funny though? Because if you ever heard a Clubhouse video and you heard Whack 100, or if you just heard regular dudes in Clubhouse, you've heard people talk about niggas like they ain't shit. You could talk about it, man. Kwame made a valid point. You could talk about a nigga like he ain't shit. You can disrespect all the black women you want. You can disrespect any race you want, any group of people you want. But you will not talk about them folks. No, you will not. They'll take your ass out of here just as fast as your ass came in here. You will not. So I agree with him when what he said on Drink Champs. Shit, I want my people to have that kind of power, man. I definitely want my people to have that kind of power. Cause boy, if we had the kind of power where nobody could say anything about you on no platform. Yeah, how about that freedom? What part you missed? You missed the last part. I'll rewind back just a little bit for you, Lovely. Just for you. Just because it's you. I think this the part that got him in trouble. Because they ended this shit right after he said this.
A flag. Well, I'm getting different people's perspectives on Christ first time.
Okay, well,
lightsabers are finally a reality, and you can.
I'm gonna play about that last for my girl Lovelace.
So me and Jay Brown have our differences. Like he got a difference. Like he feel like it's okay to wear jackets, wear leather
Salute the
sleeves,
set.
full bodies. We agree to disagree, but he has done a lot. You know, this stuff is like funny to me. I'm one of these people that you can tell obviously likes the sound of their own voice, and by the sounds of being the top 5 streaming artist of all time without no album out, hundreds of millions of other people do too. Did that answer your question? Now my next question. Wait a second. He didn't sound energized on that though.
No.
Listen close, Lovelace.
No. Oh, shit, y'all. I want to do a follow-up, but I know I am for that.
No, do the follow-up, because I want your energy. That's what
okay, so my follow-up, so I follow like the Israelite belief. And so the reason why I asked you that question about your path is because I love that journey. I see you switching. And then from watching the Drink Champs video, you made a statement to say that, we're the Jews too. So like, where did that part come from? Was it something that you learned from like Jewish people? Or is this something that you learned from your own side? And where did you intend to take that part?
When I went on Alex Jones, is interesting. He talked about this. It's so funny. You wouldn't expect Alex Jones to specifically back up that thought and that theory. I would read the Bible. I'm looking at the location of the Bible, and I went and visited Buju Banton, and I'm getting different people's perspectives on Christ. I have my boy Mickey Halstead also shares the same beliefs. And my question is, why are we the only people that don't have a flag? Well, obviously, our existence was erased. Those slave ships was real, bro. We are the Jew, and they are Jewish, like that of a Jew.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you wanted to hear that? I'm already canceled, right? So I can say stuff like that. I want to make sure, because it was important. Even though we had face to face, I heard in your voice that Timberland story that I tell all the damn time was not that funny to you. You was trying to get it just as like you was trying to get it like a real conversation. We trying to line up in front of the stadium right now. And people, my thing is, you know what? There are truths to the relationship. Stereotypes exist for a reason. There are more Chinese engineers and Indian computers than there are of other races. There are more creatives in the entertainment field than of other races that are black. Certain stereotypes exist for a reason. That's why they're around. Like everyone's trying to homogenize the New World Order us and not have us look at the heritage of where things come from. Something that I heard that for Christians out there is that the Bible describes dinosaurs as dragons. Is that something in the indoctrination school known as Sierra Canyon that they do to make your kids come home? They're like, well, Dad, what's up with the dinosaurs? So we're saying the importance of history. And if we know where we come from, we can know where we're going. And there's all these overlaps where history repeats itself. Like certain stuff where I go through dealing with Yeezy and scams and all that, I feel like I'm in a Gucci movie right now, as we speak. Like even this thing, like why was Corey Gamble sent into the Kardashian Jenner family? Mind you, Corey Gamble was Puff Daddy's Manny, right? And then Corey Gamble was next to Justin Bieber when he was getting in trouble, right? And then soon as Bruce Jenner turned to Caitlyn Jenner, here go Corey Gamble. Why is that? Because if you see me and Kim, and I'm doing an Easy Fashion Show, and we got the most visibility of all time, then the richest man in the world would offer me a deal, and then take the deal away from me, and then hire my best friend and make him head of Louis Vuitton, right? It was all to keep us at the Ari Emanuel entertainment level, because we stay on the path we're going, we get to Medici level. You go above Vatican. You go above Vanguard and BlackRock. But right now, Shorty got an investment firm that's half with, I'm not going to say what hospital is. I'm not going to say what the doctor is. It was a juice. So, but that's the thing. You understand, the Armenians work in the meatpacking district and the Jews work in the nigger packing district. The Jews are used by the Chinese to control the blacks. They just middlemen. They'll sell anything.
That's real. That's real. I mean,
come and get me.
Definitely is a big right now.
Wow! They just ended the room. Clubhouse ended the room.
Did you get it that time, Lil Lace? Did you hear it that time? So we all know what the hell happened. The Clubhouse don't end shit. They'll let niggas argue all night. They'll let you call all kind of women, all kind of names and everything. They don't play that shit. Yeah. That's how they play, man. That's how they play. But the link is still in the chat. But I'm assuming nobody want to come up and get their opinion. That's fine. I'll keep on with the show. I will keep on with the show. But yeah, that's what's going on, y'all. That's what's going on. Now, let's see here. Let's go on with our next segment. My next thing I was gonna hold on, let me think. Is there anything else that I want to mention about Yee before I continue on? I think he pretty much said everything that I could think of, because he's on the same, he ain't learned his damn lesson. He said, fuck it, he already counseled. I feel him here. You already counseled. What the hell more they can do to you? But I didn't think they would follow him around to places like, I didn't think they'll follow him around to places like Clubhouse, though. That's amazing, though. That is amazing. That was amazing. Okay, let me see. Let me get a quick intermission. Quick, and then we're gonna get on to the next. Said they need a refund. They didn't let him finish. Yeah, man. It wasn't his fault. Shit, I don't know what they paid, and I don't know how Wax managed to get all these niggas to pay. Did you see me? No, I didn't see you. Did you just try to come up? Oh, try it again. I'm sorry. I looked off for a second, so you probably came up when I looked off. Come on back up. You want me to drop it again? No, I didn't see you. Go ahead. Come back up again. Everybody love your voice, so you gonna keep it. You gonna make the numbers go up and stay up.
Teachers always with grades, with pay, with made. That's why I got this with wages.
You need me to?
We do have black people that get on the radio every day in white-owned companies, white-owned
Do you want me to
white-owned sponsors.
I can drop the link again, Lovelace. Come on up.
Hyper-criminalized male. I asked these advertisers, they say, I've got hundreds of songs a day that celebrate killing animals. Will you put them on your station? They said, no. I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about assaulting women and abusing kids. Would you put them on your station? They said, no. I said, I got hundreds of songs a day that talk about murdering blacks. Would you put them on your stations? They said, well, that depends. Depends on what? Who it's done by and who it's branded for. Because if we can get black folks to sing about it and we can brand it for our youngest black audiences, I think there's money to be made. I think there's American appetites to see these people that way. I said, how can you say that? They said, well, look, it's what these artists know. It's what they, black people, create. It's matter of fact, our surveys say it's what they want to hear, which speaks of a sickness. How do we live in a society where somebody says, you know what, I'm inspired to write a song that celebrates murdering another person. And then a person says, I'd like to put that on my station. Another person said, I'd like to pay for it. And then there's people out here in the audience that go, I'd love as long as it's black guys. Because even white people buy rap music, buy this type of stuff. But when we want to hear about killing each other, we know who to turn to.
And it looks great. I mean, it looks great. You got a cool car, and you got nice clothes, and you know, and you've done something that people admire, you know.
But for that type of inspiration, we call it our music. We say we own it. White people buy more rap than black people. Yeah, but we're very careful to turn it down at the stoplight when other black people are there. Why? Because we know we're just pretending. For them, it's more authentic and real. I always ask the companies, what about your name? What about your brand? What about your value? And the company in the world said this: it's okay that we only have drug dealers on our black youth stations. We only have murders on our black youth stations. We support black charities. We give out water at the Martin Luther King parade. I think we've got it covered. We bought them off. Now, people get upset, the smartest guys in the room again. You're talking about censorship. I don't believe that. I believe in free art. Make whatever you want. I believe you should make music about anti-Semitism. I believe you should make music about killing dogs. I believe in this country you should make music about fashion homosexuals and driving them behind trucks. I believe you should make music about stringing people up on trees. I believe you should make music about killing whitey. I believe you should make all that music. But I also believe that in the mainstream marketplace, people should hesitate content. You know, there's certain stuff you can't buy at the store. Certain stuff you can't get on iTunes because their brand doesn't want it. But if you want to hear black people celebrating killing black people, they got thousands and thousands and thousands of those things to sell you. I don't think it's about censorship. I think it's about American cultural hypocrisy. Because here's the truth. These black entertainers, they can't sing just about anything. There's some stuff that'll get them fired, and they get dropped, and they get fired, and they get slapped on the wrist, and they get disciplined all the time. Why? Because sometimes they step over the bounds. A very famous case is what happened with Rick Ross. Rick Ross is the Mammy Two Shoes, one of the many Mammy Two Shoes of our day. He's a painter in a world carved out for him, in a role carved out for him by white entertainment companies. And one day he talked about, in the middle of a song that celebrated dealing drugs and killing blacks, he made a reference to date rape. And when he made that reference to date rape, that set social media on fire. That got 100,000 petitions in 24 hours. Hey, buddy, date rape is no joke. That had white people standing outside of Reebok in New York saying, you better take this seriously. We're tired of a rape culture in America. One line in one song moved the masses. And you know what Reebok did? Did they stand by him and say, hey, we believe in freedom of speech. We believe in freedom of expression. It's just a song. Calm down. No, they fired his tail on the spot. The president came out and said, this goes against our high standards. He's gone against the values of our brand. Shame on Rick Ross. We're disappointed. He doesn't know how serious date rape is. And when I saw that, I thought, wow, how convenient. Isn't that amazing? But here's what really happened. It's not their brand, it's not their values. Rick Ross went off script. He was hired to get black customers, and they think that black customers go with black bait. And in America, black bait is the hyper-criminalized, hyper-sexualized portrayal of black people. And as long as he had sung about that, the stuff that got him hired, he still have a job at Reebok. But when he touched other sensitivities that affect us, he lost his job. See, the truth is, it's not they that need to change. It's we that need to change. We created the lies. We created them for our profit. We own the companies. We own the record label, the advertisers, and we keep putting it out. And it's this that's got to change. I thought about it. You know what? I wonder if White Mike could get anybody's attention on this. So I stood outside of a Walmart, and I said, hey, I don't think killing cops and killing blacks is very cool. And you know what? It only took 7 weeks of Mike standing out there, and they wrote a letter and said, yeah, we don't think it's cool either. We're going to pull our name off of that. The largest retailer in the world had never considered that maybe their commercial shouldn't be right before or after a song about young black men being gunned down. And I realized this, that black murder is normal, but it should not be. And I realized the importance at the coffee table, at every headline, every pastor's gathering, every family gathering to say, you know what, these black lives matter. It's not just another black kid. These are human beings. I'm doing my best in every way, shape, and form. Talks like this everywhere I can go to say, you know what, I was born in a world where black murder was normal. My kids were born into a world where black murder is normal, but I don't want to die in a world where black murder is normal. Am I 5 years or 10 years away? I don't know, but I'm screaming as high as I can. Let's feel this pain and let's lift our voice to tell the lies. They are not criminals, they are not deviants, and their lives are just as important as ours. Thank you very much.
But it can never fulfill you. You can never be happy. You know what I mean? It's not where happiness comes from.
I so badly want to be Catherine Hudson that I don't even want to look like Katy Perry anymore sometimes.
Okay.
The whole idea of celebrity and fame has become really convoluted.
I sold my soul to the devil. I know it's a crappy deal. Piece of cake with a few toys like a Happy Meal.
Yeah, well, sometimes they don't want to, and they're, you know, Gaga, we can't get, you know, then, you know, sounding a little bit strange. And I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear I'm gonna.
Did I sell my soul? I sold my soul for you. Now figure that out. Somebody, I sell my soul. I sold my soul for you. For all you motherfuckers that's asking me, did I sell my soul? Why the fuck is y'all on here if y'all think I sold my soul? Y'all coming right with me, you dummies.
I've seen so many people like forsake their moral code and their value systems just for a little bit of fame, and it's not worth it at the end of the day. It's really not worth it.
In the music industry, it's still very much this exploitative thing. It's still very much people signing their life away, you know, the old deal with the devil stuff. That is still going on. It's unbelievable in this day and age that is still going on.
So one night I was in my home studio, and it had to be like 8 to 10 people off in there. And we had beats and stuff playing in the background and everything. That's how we used to do it, you know what I'm saying? Everybody doing what they do, smoking, drinking, and everything. And actually, it came down to it that dudes actually started being used by demonic spirits, and these spirits started speaking through them. You know what I'm saying? Devils started speaking through them, talking to me, asking me, you know what I'm saying, if I was going to sell my soul, what I needed to do to take my career to the next level in darkness. I mean, dudes actually came up to me holding wads of money, saying, man, don't you want to make all this money?
You stupid bitch. You talking about my beads. Devil worshiping beads. Cool. You hear me? But if you're a Christian, your Bible says you're supposed to love God, your neighbor as yourself, and your enemy. So if you're commanded to love me if I want to serve the devil. Are you a hypocrite?
A rapper kicks a female fan in the chest hard at a Polk County nightclub, and controversial video of the incident is blowing up online. Holly Bounds joins us now live from Lakeland outside Rumors nightclub. Holly?
Well, good evening to you, Jen. About 400 fans piled in Friday night to see rapper Kevin Gates, but one who made it to the front row walked away in pain and headed to the hospital. A starstruck fan struck by the star himself. This video of the Lakeland teen gave a forceful kick from rapper Kevin Gates Friday.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. You know, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander
on this earth,
and this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
Let's see if the devil comes to you, right? And so I'll give you $100 million.
Big facts, Unity. Salute to Unity.
God, turn your back on God, or you say $100 million.
You know, in Hollywood and in the industry and the stuff we do, there's a lot.
I definitely want to highlight that one more time. Y'all know, you know, these folks tell you what's going on. It's just if you catch it or not. And it's just if it's about who you like also. So let's go to the next. Should I go to this Britney Griner or go to the Takeoff? Go ahead and do the Britney Griner. I think that'll be a little bit quicker. And you know, I just wanted to give echo. Are y'all getting the echo? Oh, was it it shouldn't have been no echo on that video I was just playing. Let me see what's going on. What's going on? How about now? How about now? Am I still echoing? I don't know why it's saying that I'm getting a. See, that's why I like going on StreamYard because. You're right. Push your hand is off. Okay. That's why I like going on StreamYard because StreamYard I don't seem to have as many problems. Restream it has a lot of it's only when it came back up. Okay. It was on Restream seemed to have a lot of bugs and issues and stuff like that. Yeah, because this thing it likes to kick my mic out and stuff like that. Sometimes it makes me sound choppy. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what's up with it. I don't get that. But let's bring up our next topic though. We're gonna talk about Brittany Griner. I haven't got a chance to talk about her yet. I think I did go up on no, I did not. So I haven't had to spread my opinion about the Brittany Griner situation. I'm so glad to see that, you know, that the woman came home, because I ain't gonna lie, when I heard that she was arrested for some oil, I was like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, StreamYard has way less glitches, man. This thing has a lot of glitches. Oh, Miss O, how you doing? But yeah, when I first heard that she, got arrested, I was like, damn, that's fucked up. And why does? And I understood they was gonna hold her for a minute, but when they gave her a sentence of 9 years, I was like, 9 years for some pins, for some motherfucking pins. What the hell? I thought that was egregious. But I know Russia laws are different than everybody else's laws, and right now we pretty much at war with Russia also. We're just in kind of a cold war, which we don't want them to get too much land and all that shit like that. We want to stop their war, and it's a lot of bullshit going on. Let's just say that. But for them to have that girl for 9 years for some oil pans, that's a whole railroad. But America railroads a lot of their people all the time. But none of them ever have to go to have to suffer by being overseas. Now, I know what everybody's gonna say. There's a lot of military or Marines and things that are being held prisoner over there also. And the grievance with everybody is, why was they able to get her, but they wasn't able to get the people, the soldiers or the Marines that were over there? In particular, we're talking about this guy, what's his name? Let me see what his name is. In particular, what's his name? Waylon. And the thing that's get to me about this situation is, we never heard about this guy before Brittany got released. We never heard about this guy until they released the basketball player. Why is that? Because from the information of me doing some research, and I went and looked at different platforms. I went and looked at the conservative platform, the Fox Newses of the world. Then I went and looked at the left side of the platform, the MSNBCs and the CNNs of the world. I looked at the people in the middle, the TYTs, the BBCs. Even though all of them are kind of, you know, still want one side or the other. So what you got to do is just take in the information and use your own brain. And that's what I do. So, and just stick with the facts. That's it. The facts are. Now, the facts is the woman got released. The other fact is the deal was you're giving up one guy who is sentenced to 25 years in America. He's been convicted. We don't know if he actually did it or not because we know how America do. America is just as bad as Russia when it comes to prisoners of war. We have prisoners of war right here in America. Americans that are prisoners of war right now. We have foreigners that are prisoners of war. Some of them are in Guantanamo Bay. Some of them are in the Supermax prison out there in California. Not California, but Colorado. So the fact is, this guy had 25 years. Brittany Griner had 9 years. This guy was known as an arms dealer. They said he was financing the other side of the war that killed Americans. They say he conspired to sell guns to pretty much our enemies. Man, I'm so sorry. Lovelace, you're gonna make me feel bad. You made me feel so bad. You came up here again and I missed you. God damn it. You making me feel bad, Lovelace. Come up here again while I'm looking. Come up here while I'm looking, Lovelace. Please hit that link. Come up here, Lovelace. You ain't about to make me feel bad. Because you one of my biggest supporters and I want to hear your opinion. Come on. Please. Nope. I'm gonna feel bad. Baby, you hand me that coffee, please. A little cream in that shit. Yeah, you got me feeling bad. Right, Crystal Williams, and that's kind of where I'm getting to, because the people who, like, for instance, this guy right here that the news been talking about. And both sides have been talking about him, so I'm just gonna take my perspective. Okay. Matter of fact, let me let y'all hear it first. You know, and I kind of hate to play it off of news because then you're gonna have somebody say, "Oh, you just listen to that left wing shit." But I've heard all the news about this Brittany Griner thing through right-wing media, and you'll hear people carry along the narrative. Oh, we let out this terrorist or whatever, and this and that, and what about the other people? I get it. What about the other people? Do you know what they're charged with? Before you start pushing the narrative that they just let, you know what I'm saying, her out for this guy? Do we take into account that this guy has been serving 11 years already? Do you take into account that our American dollars are paying for his housing? Are you taking into account the guy that's in our possession, he could be in bad health because he's older? So now our American dollars have to pay more for his fucking housing and his feeding and his health. I'm looking for you, Lovelace. I ain't taking my eye off this thing till you get up here. Because as soon as I take my eye off it, that's when you're going to pull up. It won't let you up. Ain't this so crazy? You said there's a teacher that was arrested the same time as Brittany, and she's still over there. Brittany's weird ass don't even like our own country. So I ain't gonna say she don't like the country just as much as we all don't like the country. We all have a problem with police brutality, racism, and all of that stuff there. We all agreed that taking a knee wasn't no horrible thing. We all agreed to that. So she does not like the country. We all have that same issue with the country. We all have that same issue with the country. Now, I agree with you. Now, if a teacher is over there, we should be negotiating to try to get them. And we're probably trying to negotiate to get them. Now, I do agree that this is a political move. This is a political move. We're getting closer to the election. You want to get somebody out that can, you know, that is that everybody knows, and that you know, it can help you out in a bunch of different fields. And I'm thinking from a Democratic standpoint, and not saying I agree with it, because I damn sure don't. I don't think he should be doing this shit for no political field. I mean, for no political. He should have got them. I don't care if you had to trade out a team of motherfuckers. Hell, we're going to trade you these 5 motherfuckers for these 5 motherfuckers. The bottom line should have been, let's get as many as these Americans back. They released the teacher. She was locked up before Brittany. Okay, so they released the teacher. So there's people getting released. Now, can we concentrate on what administration is releasing it? Which administration got the teacher released? Because what we're seeing happening right now, it's a bunch of political games. You know, I don't like Biden. Let's make that fucking clear. But if that teacher got released under his administration, we didn't hear about it. Brittany Griner got a release under his administration. Give the man a little credit for that shit. But no, we're going to find the negative in it. We're going to find the negative in it. We even had our ex-president. Let's pull this up real quick. We even had our ex-president make a statement. He said, what kind of deal is it to swap Brittany Griner, a basketball player who hates our country, which that is an exaggeration. Just because a person kneel for a fucking national anthem that is based on the brutality, the slavery, and shit of the of your race, that is not hating your country. That's making your country aware that we see your bullshit. Because when we don't do nothing, they don't do nothing. And she was one of the in her field. Shit. So let's stop trying to punish people for standing up for what they feel is right. Let's stop carrying these narratives of the people who don't mind pushing them. Like this Trump motherfucker. They quick to want to bring out these damn keywords like this. Basketball player who openly hates our country. For a man known as the Merchant of Death. Now, whoever heard of this man before they fucking swapped him out? Did we hear this guy when they arrested him? Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Did you ever hear of this Merchant of Death? Did you ever hear this Merchant of Death before they let her out? Yeah, it's political gymnastics. Never heard no excuse. Because guess what? If we would have caught Bin Laden over here, guess what? We would have heard about that. When we caught goddamn Saddam Hussein and we brought him over here, we heard about that. When we caught the shoe bomber, we heard about that. When we caught all these certain people, we heard about that. If this man was so goddamn bad, why he only got 25 fucking years? Why he ain't got the death penalty? If he's responsible for so many lives. Never heard of the dude. If he was so horrible, so bad, I know Nick, I got a homeboy locked up right now for a dope case. For life. For dope. So this man got less time than a nigga for dope. And you're telling me he that damn bad? News all the time. You trolling, King Kush. You ain't heard of this motherfucker. You a motherfucking lie. But the thing about it, I know people say he should have got somebody else. You don't have the upper hand. Cause let's say they wanted let's say, okay, let's say we want one of our Marines. What you think they're gonna want? What you think they're gonna want for somebody that they saying is a spy? The Marines that they saying that's over there, that all of a sudden everybody making this deal about, which I agree. I believe, hell, if it had to be 1 for 1, if they could have made a deal and said him instead of her, okay, cool. I don't care who it was. Smith Modernized Act of 2012. If you know about this act, it'll make sense. I'm gonna look that up real quick. Let me look that up real quick. Smith. Why don't you come up here real quick? I'm dropping the link. Anybody that got any information that they want to drop, pull up. Man, don't act like that. Just want to know, if I was talking some wabbits, y'all be quick to pull up. If I was talking about some wabbits, y'all pull up so fast. Don't not want to pull up when we talking shit. Because I want people's opinion. I'm giving my opinion, and that's all I'm doing is giving my opinion. And I could be fucking wrong. I'm just calling it how I see it. We ain't heard about this dude until you let go Brittany Griner, and now you want to make it a political thing. Now you got the folks on the right, they're pushing out this narrative, the merchant of death. Well, why we never heard of this merchant of death? He did 11 off of 25. Ain't that the time that you, if I got caught, T.I. did 1 year and a day. They said enough guns, he was getting enough guns, conspiring enough guns to fund a small army. Now, who you think he was gonna be shooting if shit popped off? If shit popped off, who do you think was gonna start getting shot? T.I. did 1 year and a day for that. He could have been an arms dealer. It's all he got. I never heard Trump even mention this guy. The family of this guy that they're talking about, that Trump want to make this post about now, even the family said, Trump, you ain't say a motherfucking word. We personally hit you up trying to get this man out. We personally hit you up before Brittany Griner even went over there. How many of them Russians at prisoners of war did you bring home? It's real easy for people to say what you didn't do, and they didn't do the shit. Vladimir Putin, he said he a good guy. Well, why you ain't sit down and have a conversation with him? Paul Willer's brother exposed Trump on Twitter for the hypocrisy and lies. Right. Matter of fact, let's pull up that. I got that right here. That's what I'm gonna go over. I ain't even got to do too much fair use in this shit because I ain't even monetized. So I can play what the fuck I want to, it seems like. Shit. I kind of like not being monetized, but y'all hit that suit. Y'all can still hit the goddamn cash out though. Every dollar counts, man. This is a whole job here. I'm also going to get onto this Streamlab. It's the Street TV coming back. But anyway, let's watch a little bit of what's going on. And I know this is MSNBC, so a lot of people say, oh, they leftists, they this and that. These folks report the fucking news just like everybody else. If I can listen to goddamn Fox News, I can listen to these folks. I listened to Fox. They said Brittany Griner ain't shit, pretty much. Why would you let go a basketball player who was over there smoking weed? No, she had the oil, first of all. Because she was over there smoking weed. And they feel like she should do 9 years in a Russian prison because she had some oil. Salute what that say? Dancing in the Sun, something like that. I don't want to mess up your name. Salute to you though, brother. So you're telling me she deserved these 10 years for having a vape cartridge? They think the person that they got deserves what they gave the guy 16 years for espionage. He went over there and they said that he somebody gave him a thumb drive and they claimed that it was part of an espionage. We would never know. He's a Marine. He's a Marine. So, how in the fuck can you say they should have let him go if they're feeling like he is there for espionage? He went there in 2018. He done served what, 4 years off of that 16-year sentence. Now about 8 years, and they felt like he's done some of his punishment. They probably will make a deal like, okay, now that we feel, you know, he served a little time. Now, yeah, we might can let him out. Now, I'm not saying that they're right or nothing like that. I'm just saying you got to think about this shit from a lot of angles. She's done a year off of 10 years. The guy that we're giving back has done 11 years off of 25 years. Now, you have to ask the question, where did he serve his time at? That is very important. Because if he wasn't in Guantanamo Bay, then somebody lied. Somebody lied. If he wasn't in the Supermax prison out there in Colorado, somebody lied. He wasn't even supposed to come over here on our fucking soil. If what they're saying he did is true. We ain't supposed to be fucking funding. We ain't supposed to be paying for him to sit in no goddamn prison over here. Why the fuck my taxpayer dollars gotta pay for a fucking arms dealer from damn Russia? That's my goddamn question. Send that motherfucker back over there and get somebody over here. I don't care who it is. If it happened to be damn Brittany Griner, fine. I don't give a fuck. Somebody need to come back. Now, if they're feeling like this guy is a spy, they're going to be a little bit harsher on who they trade him for. I get that part. Y'all ain't looking at some of the details. He served 11 out of 25 years. Think about anybody in America that gets a non-violent charge. If you have a non-violent charge in America, you only have to serve 25% of your damn crime. If you were charging with him with dealing arms, he has done 25% of his time. If he's only sentenced to 25 years, I can see if you had a death row inmate or somebody that actually went around here actually shooting people. And we're only going off of what y'all telling us. Because do y'all realize that America is well, I'm probably gonna get in trouble for this. But do y'all realize that we are the biggest arms dealer? Yes, we are. We are the biggest arms dealers in the world. Did I do my research? Here that troll go. We're not even gonna pay you no attention. Okay, as a matter of fact, I am. Bro, did you do your research? That prison closed down, being closed for years. So Guantanamo Bay is closed down. Okay, well, what about the prison in Colorado? I don't think Guantanamo Bay is closed down. Let me check. Let me. I'm gonna do a quick Google. You could be right, Wabbit. Is Guantanamo Bay still open?
According to NPR, although the U.S. war in Afghanistan ended last year, the U.S. military prison in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, is still open.
Shut the fuck up, stupid ass nigga. I'm gonna tell you like motherfucking Barbara Girl Tina. Shut the fuck up, stupid ass nigga. Over here fucking trolling for no fucking reason. Time that nigga out for being stupid. I know he ain't fucking America. That's why he would be in the Guantanamo Bay. if you say he a fucking goddamn terrorist. Damn, I just said that word. I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, YouTube. The fuck? Sit here talking about I ain't do my research. That prison ain't open. When you got the fucking internet right here beside you. Stupid ass nigga. If he's what they say he was, he's a foreigner. Yeah, it's in Cuba, but it's American. Duh. Everybody know that. It's in Cuba, but it's an American prison. Dummy. Did you do your... Time that dumbass nigga out. Time that dumbass nigga out. He just up here fucking up the show. It's an American prison. Stupid ass. American prisoner for a motherfucker. I ain't gonna say the T word again. But you know who it is. Stupid ass motherfucker. Damn, these niggas come on here with that dumb ass shit. Let's listen to what these folks say and so we can expound over this a little bit.
Medical neglect, psychological pressure. These are all conditions you might expect as a prisoner in the infant Soviet gulag. It's certainly not what you'd picture in a modern-day prison system on the European continent, but some 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union,
like that still exist
conditions like that in Russian prisons. The gulag refers to the Soviet forced labor, but really reached its peak under Joseph Stalin. The gulag was a brutal instrument of political repression and torture. Construction and mining projects, often in extreme weather and without food or water. Millions or disease, and others were simply executed. The Gulag operated until shortly after Stalin's death in 1953, but the spirit of Stalinism, at least in Russia's modern correctional system, is alive and well. Today, the most common type of prison in Russia is a coercive labor colony, also known as a penal colony. Last year, Reuters spoke to 6 former inmates and prison inspectors who described the grim conditions inside those penal colonies. They told Reuters of, quote, regular beatings by guards, sexual assault, and severe pressure. They said prisoners' personal medical supplies are routinely confiscated on their arrival in prison. Convicts have to be gravely ill before they're admitted to the medical bay. And medical staff do little more than hand out pain to former prisoners accused medical.
My bad, y'all. My bad.
To brutality toward inmates. Now, under Russian law.
My bad, y'all. I forgot to mute my mic. My bad. He was just telling about, you know, how these Russian prisons are. So we're gonna, I'm gonna keep letting it play. He didn't say nothing too important right there. He was just telling the conditions of the Russian prison. My bad about that, y'all.
To work, often forced into 12 to 14 hours of manual labor per day. By most accounts, all system since the even the types of prisoners and the offenses bear resemblance to those of the past. Prisoners of the Gulag ranged from petty criminals to political enemies of the communist regime. Behind bars in the modern penal colonies are Russian dissidents. Rule, and in some cases, American basketball players or American WNBA player Brittany Griner spent months in Russian detention. She spent 1 month of that in a labor colony. Right now, the extent of the conditions that Griner faced while in prison is yet unclear. She was released by dealer Victor Boot. The 6'9" athlete's crime was possession of a vape cartridge containing cannabis oil.
Okay, so he explained what the prisons are like over there. He explaining that a person over here that, you know, played for our American team. So it, am I chopping? Hold up. You know, played for our American team. So it, am I chopping? Okay, I guess I'm back clear. But a person that played a sport, you know, but they did play on a world level. As America, we want to be great at everything, even in women's basketball. Salute, basketball watchers. So And D James, salute D James also. What I was about to say. But yeah, she played on our American basketball team and all this stuff. She's an American icon to some. Now, yeah, we might do want to say, and I'll agree that this was a political move by Biden. I can agree to that. He's doing this so he can look good to the LGBTQ community, for women, black women, and black people. You get what I'm saying? So of course, there is a political motive in it. True. That is true. But that don't mean it's not right for him to do it. Because she is in there of something so small that most people would get probation for it. Something, yeah, in America, people would get probation for it. But you got to sit in this gruesome prison for something that small. Now, other people are being charged with very small stuff too. Like the teacher. We don't know what the teacher did, but we did get the teacher back, as somebody put in here. We have a couple of Marines. We have people that they're saying are spies. There are people in America. Do y'all know that America and Russia spy on each other all the time? They catch each other's spies all the time, and they do the same shit. Yeah, her basketball future is done. But still, she's an American, and she was over there, and she was highly publicized. So it would be easier to get her back over than it would be somebody that nobody knows. Because you'll have all of this fucking rhetoric going on in our political field, like what you had going on with Trump. Trump been in office for 4 years. Matter of fact, let's Google right now and see how many Russian prisoners did Trump get brought home. How many Russian prisoners has Trump brought home in his administration? Let me tell y'all what Google said. And maybe they're gonna say Google lying. Hold on. I think I'm chopping up. I'm chopping a little bit, y'all. Hold up. Let me tell y'all what Google said. Okay. So let me tell y'all what Google said. I asked Google, how many Russian, hold on, I think it asked the wrong question. Hold up. How many Russian prisoners has Trump brought home? It said it wrong. How many Americans has Trump brought from Russia? Let me ask it again, just in case I'm asking it the wrong way. How many prisoners of war has Trump brought home during his administration? Let's see. Donald Trump freed 5,000 Taliban members. Did y'all just hear me? You heard about that reporter died suddenly in Qatar, was wearing a pride shirt supporting his brother. I did not hear about that. Oh, he brought some people home. They wasn't Americans though. They wasn't Americans. Trump brought home 5,000 Taliban members. Hold on, let me read more into this. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. Let me read this right. Let me make sure y'all heard me right. Okay. Trump negotiated the release of 5,000 Taliban members. But he turned down the deal to bring home this Walden guy. What's his name? Walden. Because the person that they was trying to swap him for, he didn't want to swap him for. So he left our Americans over there, didn't get anybody home, but he negotiated the release of 5,000 Taliban members. Now ask yourself, why doesn't he go around and brag about that? Like he do everything else. Let's see. The former president asked why a swap wasn't considered for Paul. Now, this same motherfucker asked in a social post, and I'm about to show it in a minute. Why wasn't Paul Wallen, an ex-Marine who was serving a 16-year jail sentence after being arrested in Moscow, suspicion of spying in 2018? Why wasn't he part of the deal? But why don't we ask Trump why wasn't goddamn any of our American deal when you was releasing all those fucking Taliban? I hear somebody just came up. Hold on, maybe someone up the fucking windmill. Oh, no. This is him. Okay. Hey, Hilma, how you doing?
Hey, Ears. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfect.
Awesome. I had put down the Smith Modernization Act in the comment section. So you asked me to come up. I'm not sure it directly is speaking to exactly what we're talking about now, but it does give us a scope.
Well, I wanted you to maybe, if you can, give us a quick explanation of what it is. I haven't pulled it up yet because I was still trying to, stay in tune with the crowd and everything. I didn't want to have y'all waiting while I pull it up. But
Okay,
could you break it down for us a little bit, or read whatever it is you pulled up?
Yeah, I'm gonna break it down for you guys. But can one of the mods put in the comment section that the views that are being spoken is by the panelists and not Ears? I don't want you to be I don't know. I just want to make sure there's a disclaimer that these are my views, even though this is a law that was passed in 2013. So
okay, and you're just informing us.
Yes.
You're informing us, and you're going off of factual evidence that you pulled up, research. You can't beat the research.
Yes.
So don't worry about the wabbits in the chat if there are wabbits, but we got real people in here, and real people are gonna seek the truth. I want my channel to be a people who look for knowledge, not for people that just look for the ignorant shit to make them feel good.
Awesome.
But go ahead.
That's why I rock with you, Ears. So I'm going to give you guys something to write down and to do your own research with. So in 1948, there were two governors that passed an act, which was called the initial Smith-Mundt Act in 1948. This was an act that prevented, on paper, at least on legally, the American government from using propaganda against her people. We know that propaganda has been a tool that has been used against foreign affairs, right? We know about foreign types of propaganda, but this was specifically geared towards protecting the American citizens against the American government using propaganda against her own people. So there was a lot of talk after the war, and people were waking up like they are now to a lot of the misinformation, disinformation, propaganda being used on the minds of the people. So this was passed in 1948. Well, this same act was amended in 2012. It was signed into law by President Obama. And it was amended by a Texan Republican senator and also a Democrat. So it was Thornberry and Smith. Okay. So we have now the Smith Modernization Act of 2012. Again, President Obama signed it, I think it was January 2013. Okay. So now with this stuff, this is what even when Kwame talks about the go along, get along game, you can really understand it from a legal perspective of what I'm dropping down now. So it's also called the National Defense Authorization Act, or the NDAA. And this legalizes the government, our U.S. government, to use propaganda against American people. It is now legal. It is now a law. And it has been since 2013. They have a multi-million-dollar budget just for what they call information operations, where they target foreign and domestic audience. So now we all know that the media, right, the government, Hollywood, entertainment, they use misinformation, they use stories, they use these things. That's nothing new. But
we
now,
see that in real time going on right now.
Absolutely, right? So now the State Department and the Pentagon now have what they call specific misinformation targeting the U.S. audience. And guess what? They can also target certain aspects of the audience, right? Of the American audience. So let's say there's a Black campaign or African American campaign they want to target to create some type of outcome, right? Or say, certain sexualities or certain people. They can just do their own specific misinformation campaigns. So when we look at things that are coming through our media, we really have to be extremely skeptical, because we already know it's legal for them to lie to us with no recourse. So now what the government can do, what the State Department, the Pentagon can do, is bypass all of your FDA, because what happened is the government now has full authority and agency over print media, social media, movies, news. That's why when you see a very uniformed news media, they have like on CBS, you have a certain say like for certain news events, they'll have a similar, almost the same exact verbiage. Like they have the same uniform perspective. There's even videos on YouTube. If you look at, you type in, say, news media like similarities or something like that, you'll show there's like hundreds of them. They have one story, and it will be not only in the U.S. but also be internationally. They have the same story, the same title, exactly the same script, I should say. So I wanted to just bring this in here because we have to be very skeptical of these quote unquote, even this Britney issue could be. I'm not saying it is. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that I'm highly skeptical of what these national, events could be. I have to do that now because now I'm aware that my brain is being targeted by these information operations. So I want to share that with you guys just to broaden the topic a little bit and give it a context as to why we should be highly skeptical. Because when we have stories that has a lot of chaos to it, there's a lot of inconsistencies, it doesn't quite make sense. We have to ask ourselves, like, why is this person given national attention, and why, like, we know Black people die all the time, right? Right. But why are specific stories become national and international news events? You have to ask yourself those questions. You have to ask ourselves so that we can peel it back and see what's underneath it.
Just like I just asked the question of, okay, if this guy was the merchant of death and all that, why he only got 25 years? Why isn't he over in Guantanamo Bay if he's such, what they're saying he is? Why is it all of a sudden now when we're swapping there, why is it all of a sudden now a big old thing? That Biden allow him swap that out, and it's not a fair deal. I agree, it seemed like an off deal, but hey, I'm just glad that we got to make some kind of deal, because the deal that we made before is let me read it, y'all, so y'all can see exactly what I'm saying. It says right here, and it could be misinformation, I don't know, but hey, I'm over here with searches on multiple. So this man freed over 5,000 Taliban prisoners. Were they for Americans? No, they were not, in exchange of Americans. Human Rights Rashad said Republicans repeatedly ignored the release of 5,000 Taliban into Afghanistan. So they let these people back into the country where we spent 15 years fighting into, getting rid of them, and you put them right back in there. But and now they're outraged about this. Okay, so he approved releasing the 5,000 Taliban, who then took over Afghanistan. Late 2018, he released this guy named Abdul Ghani Baradar. I don't know if I said his name right. I don't even give a damn. One of the top leaders of the Taliban. The top leaders. So when we're talking about releasing somebody that can do some damage to us, that's fake outrage. Okay, so he's one of the top leaders of the Taliban, along with 5,000 other fighters, not just regular people, fighters, in exchange for say nobody. Okay, right. 1 year after the Taliban leaders were freed, the U.S. troops left Afghanistan ahead of a country that got taken over by a jihadist group. So we release 5,000 fighters, and now we're wondering why Afghanistan is taken right back over by the same people. During the evacuation, a suicide bombing at Kabul airport on August 26, 2001, just last year, killed more than 180 people, including 13 U.S. service members. Now, I ain't saying that these people that you released did it, but 5,000 people that's known for doing this shit and their leader, that seems a little fishy. Okay, so, and it says ISIS-K or whatever, a Central Asian affiliate of the Islamic State group, claimed responsibility for it. So the same people you released back in there, they claim responsibility for killing all the people, including 13 Americans. But we don't put that out there, though. That's not getting put out there. Okay. Let's see. What else does it have about that? Let me make sure I read everything that's important about that. And that's insane. But as soon as you release Brittany Griner, everybody want to tell you about, oh well, damn, why we releasing this bad person back in the world? Hell, all he did is conspire. He didn't actually do it. Now, what it said, he released the 5,000 in exchange for 1,000 Afghan government captives as a part of a peace deal between the U.S. and Islamic militants. Ain't have shit to do with any Americans. So we want to talk about, oh, he did this, Biden did this, Biden did. I'm not for Biden. But come on, there's some fucking propaganda pushed on us. Did you want to say anything towards that?
Yeah, I think we're asking the right questions, and I think that if we can take the emotion out of it and just say, okay, let's see where this story is going to go. This could be influencing some foreign policy, that's future foreign policy, or just to, I don't know, we have to just look without emotion and see where this story is leading. I think you're asking the right questions and pointing out some of the inconsistencies, because they only give you information to lead you to a certain outcome of
party. Pretty much one party or another.
Right.
Because
They want.
if you already mad, if you already been on this rampage from the first day that the man got into office and said, "Oh, he gonna do this, he gonna do this," they can't wait till it's something that they can do where they can try to say, "Oh, the world, he's gonna do this and do that and do that." Well, damn. You think them 5,000 fighters that you put back into their country and then left the country and left them to take over the country, you think that didn't make an effect? We lost Americans right there.
Yeah, that was huge. So yeah, definitely this is going to bring a lot of division, the continued division between political parties. And I'm not sure where else it's going to go, but I want to say this before I hop off. When this misinformation or propaganda, right, it can become, or it does become, and it has become recorded as historical record. So even the propaganda now can become and will become historical records filed into the archives. So consider what we've been, some of the historical events that may not have been true, or at least true as they were reported to us, can become part of our history. So we're learning things that never happened or were skewed. So when it comes to propaganda, whether it's current or past, we really just have to be more diligent, like you are, Ears, with pointing out these inconsistencies, pointing out like the reasoning behind it, and ask questions and be like a citizen journalist. I think would be
Correct.
advantageous. Yeah.
You're right. Because me, I always ask those type of questions, and we're still asking questions about, 911.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they will never answer those questions. They wrote up a whole pretty much summary of the things that we seen in that summer and we did not like. It was not, it didn't make sense.
It didn't make sense. I remember hearing that they said the explosion came from the bottom up, and then it was just so much, it was so many different things that were happening initially, but after a while, everybody got on the same board, said the same exact thing from news station to news station. You have your quote unquote alternative media that will give you a different spin on it, right? But then that has to even be looked at, because it's always controlled opposition and propaganda. That's what we have to realize as well. It's like there's a controlled opposition, so that they're covering both sides of it, which is smart. I mean, I was
hard to know who to believe, but that's why I say sometimes you just got to take the facts, take your emotions out, and just and do your own instead of just looking at, oh, I don't like this guy in the office because somebody else told me not to like him. You actually do your research on the person. Like I said, I don't like Biden, but I'm taking out about who I like, and I'm just taking out. I'm looking at what's going on. Yeah, I think he's creepy. Yeah. I think he's a little old, where he's a little delusional and stuff like that. Yes.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna tell me the best option is the motherfucker that I lie right to our face. He'll go and release 5,000 fighters. He did what they wanted him to do, and then pull out of the Afghan war, and then everybody say, "Oh, Obama did it." Right. He'll sit right here, "Oh, I fixed y'all economy," when we sat right here and watched the economy get fixed by a president from 8 years. You ain't even had enough time to do any damn thing. Ooh. But when we had this national sickness, we sat right here and watched you in real time, said it was fake. And then when everybody was out of work and you got to pass out checks and stuff like that, and now we're living in an economy where people don't want to go back to work because they're so used to getting free money. Now we're going to try to sit here and act like somebody is screwing it up. You got people running around here talking about, oh, when Trump was president, gas was $2. Stop your damn lying. That's false. That's propaganda. Gas was never that low since damn Clinton administration or the Jimmy Carter administration. So stop the bullshit.
Yeah, the political party dance, I have a word for it, but I won't say it. I won't say it. But it's I call it bipartisan BFing. It's like we're so immersed in the party system, fighting between the party, that we can't see who's really pulling the strings, because you think who you see on television is running things, no, they'll never show you. At least you'll never know.
America is a corporation, and people don't that.
Right,
A lot of people don't realize that. You got to look at America as a corporation, just like McDonald's or or Wendy's or something like that. There, you might see the manager in there, but there's a lot of people that's above that manager.
Exactly.
You might have the CEO. You can say even the CEO might walk in. Yeah, that CEO rich and all that, and that CEO don't have to lift a finger. But at the same time, that CEO can't do whatever he wants to because it's still under the brand of McDonald's.
It's a board of directors, right? They got a board of directors.
Right. So they still got to do what they're told.
Exactly.
So if they say, we don't want no more McDoubles on the shit, ain't no motherfucking McDouble on there. They don't give a damn what that CEO say.
Exactly.
So when that person is making these decisions, they're making decisions from people that we don't even see. And that's what be pissing me off about a lot of people. They're like, oh, Obama ain't do nothing for black. This country wasn't built for black people. He wasn't supposed to. Just because you seen a black face right there, he wasn't supposed to. But he snuck a little something in there every now and then. Yeah, he did what he had to do for the LGBT. I don't have that much hate for them where I'm like, okay, y'all can't get shit. Let them have something. So what? God damn. Y'all so much concerned about what somebody else got, you ain't realizing what the fuck you got. I was a hardworking American that lost work, that was sitting here out of work while these damn politicians was playing war games, putting all Americans out of work, not just black Americans. It was white guys right beside me that was fucking fucked up too. So when we had a president that came in and he put together some steps, a lot of them was what he was told to do. I'm not saying that he did it out of his own goodness of his heart, but he did use his own brain in some situations, and it worked. Americans got their ass back to work. People got cars. People got stimulus checks. When they passed out the stimulus check, oh, you're giving everybody welfare. But when this last one gave out stimulus check, everybody had more money when he was in office. Quit the fucking propaganda. And we'll have the people starting to spread it also. Even like, well, damn, where did you get your damn research from?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. There's a lot of, I just think that it's a system that we have to understand how it works. It works a certain way. We've been dancing and two-stepping with each other for a long time, going back with Democrat and Republican and this president and that president. But the system itself is not designed to really liberate the people. The people have to decide to liberate themselves, and they'll demand a new government. I say, I deserve better government. I deserve better options.
If it was about the people, even though it haven't worked around the world, and mostly because we keep interfering. But if it was about the people, we would be living into a what they call what they call it.
You talk about form of government?
Yeah, the word is on my tongue. What's that Venezuela was in? Socialism. If it was about the people, that word though is like saying you got AIDS. You know what I'm saying? They put so much dirt on it. But if it was really about the people, we would be living in a socialist government. That means the people own everything, and then everybody just get it distributed out. But you can never trust the person at the top, so they'll misuse the money and stuff. So that's why it's tricky to do that. But if it actually was about the people, we would be having more social programs. We would have more, school, free colleges, free healthcare. We would have, stuff that we sell from our land. It would be, to benefit the people. Our gas prices wouldn't never go up. Our food prices would never go up if it was about the people. But we live in a capitalist society where it's about, and it helps. It does some justice, but it's a lot of people behind also. There's no in between. There's either you got it or you don't.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to evolve. I think the consciousness of the people have to evolve. And one more thing about this Smith Month Act. This goes to the go along gang is because the government, if the government, it does, according to this law, right, the NDAA, then the government has full power over social media, movies, Hollywood, entertainment, etc. Right? So who's in Hollywood? Who's in entertainment? So the government has full control over the media. Then we have to ask, well, who's in the media? Well, we have celebrities, right? We have actors, journalists, like TV
celebrities tell us
anchors.
everything that we need to know. The celebrities tell us everything we're supposed to think and supposed to need to know.
Exactly. So
Ain't that amazing?
Britney is in, she is a beloved entertainer. She's a basketball player.
Right.
So
and she's
yeah.
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
So though I think the president seen a lot of benefit in that. She's black, she's a woman, she's LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? And it's election time. I believe it was motivated by that, but I'm not gonna pass over the fact that we brought an American home. Now it might not be the American that y'all was hoping for. Brought one home. Y'all worrying about the person that got released, but you're not worrying about the 5,000 people that got released that y'all the one said that they were the T word. So why would you be letting T words back into the government, back out there? And the leader of them. I can see if you let the fighters out, but you let the leader and his fucking fighters out. And you put them back in the same atmosphere and you pour it out of the atmosphere.
So what you're saying is not...
Come on up on the stage so you can tell us what you're trying to tell. I don't want to keep stopping to read what you're saying, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I'm following your logic, Ears. I'm following your logic.
And that's all I'm saying is like it's selective outrage, and that's where we have to ask those questions. Like, okay, is what y'all telling us, is it politics? Because now all of a sudden y'all want to tell us about this merchant of death. Why are we just hearing that now? Why are we just hearing that now? We never heard that phrase. We never heard of this man. He's been locked up for 11 years. We didn't even hear about him when you locked him up. And if he's the merchant of death, and he's so bad, why does he only have 25 years? That's a non-violent crime that he's serving 25 years. Anybody in America would be getting out in 11 years if they were sentenced to 25 years for a non-violent crime. So y'all was gonna let him out anyway, whether it was parole or probation, whatever the fuck it was, by our American government and our American law. If you ain't have that man over there in Guantanamo Bay, he was about to get out any fucking way within the next year or so. So what's wrong with swapping him for a person that's about to do 9 years and they done did a year off of it? It's not a bad exchange to me. And then we don't know what kind of health this guy was in. Our American dollars are paying for this guy to be housed here. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense. And I think if American people really knew what happened in these, like the real POWs and what's really going on, I mean, it would be shocking. If you have many family members in the military, my family's a military family, we'll be shocked to see how a lot of the POWs and men and women who serve this country are treated in these situations. So this is all for me. It's for the camera. I think Lovelace said it. It's like a distraction.
Definitely a distraction.
I would just sit back.
And it's coming around election time also.
Exactly. It does have that sentimental, like you said, LGBTQ. You have the black woman. You have the star, the WNBA star. It's almost Christmas time, all these elements to make it nostalgic and everything, but that's all of, a part of it as well. But I would just sit back and watch and see where they're going to take this story,
And then people have to realize she had a lot of powerful people behind her also. I mean, the WNBA, they ain't as big as the NBA, but they do have a lot of influence. The owners, you know what I mean? These people were probably pounding on the table like, hey, you need to get this woman back over here about that bullshit. Nah, she served enough time. They probably had a lot of billionaires that were pounding on the table telling him to do something. Because we had the other president that was right in there, this same guy that he's making a big deal about. Why didn't he negotiate for this guy? Well, why didn't you do it? because the guy been in there since 2018, and you turned down the deal to bring him on, and that's on record. So you got these people that's out here pushing his agenda, but not doing research on their fucking own. That's what bothers me, is the people who fucking echo what they hear on the Fox Newses of the world. We've caught them in so many fucking lies. So many lies. Hell, even when Obama was in the office, they were telling us the Antichrist was here. They were telling us the world was the man. Hell, when he got out of there, we all had jobs. When the fuck the Antichrist was supposed to come? That's what they told us. So we found out y'all are fucking liars. Plain and simple. So why are people still listening to that shit?
Oh, political parties. It's like a religion, you know. It's like religion, you know. It's
part it's like religion. We already found out Jesus wasn't white. We found we found out that the Bible was written. I mean, that the Jesus is what's the guy's name? Caesar Bonnegar, whatever the hell his name is. We found out who wrote the Bible, and I'm not shitting on nobody's religion, y'all. You know, believe what you want to believe. But the people who did the research, we found out it was bullshit, and they'll still push it on us.
We know that it has the Savior story has like 16 recorded Savior, virgin births and Savior stories. We understand that an agent, you know, this is a replica of the
Sumerian tablets,
the Book of the Dead, the Egyptian, where they took Isis, which is a set.
The Sumerian tablets is the oldest known record of mankind. Everything comes from there. Every single book of religion has taken stories out of Sumerian tablet that Thought put out there. Thought was believed to he said he reincarnated 10 times 10 times 100. So he reincarnated 1,000 times. But we like to spread this lie. Jesus, the only person, came back one time. Now, it is a rumor that he's Jesus' son, or he was the teacher of Jesus. It is that all of this is written, like they say, it's not true if it's not written in stone. This is written in stone. Unbreakable stone. That's why it's passed down so long. Thoth has given out all the knowledge of the world. And people are still, they'll skip over that. They'll skip over that history and go down. This man reincarnated for a period and ruled for a period of 14,000 years. Who does that?
Right.
And the history is there. It's written on the fucking walls. You think those folks just writing on walls and shit because they ain't have nothing to do?
Everything was recorded. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
I'm gonna do it. I'm glad you said that, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a lesson on it.
Oh, please do. I'm familiar with the what they call the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and the Kemetic,
which he put out there.
Okay, so well we can talk about that. But when I went to the British Library in London, that's all they had were.
I want to go there.
It was mind-blowing to see so much of our historical or Kemetic culture there, and the intricacies of how they did the Medici-Netter and the hieroglyphics, if you will. And everything was recorded in stone. And when you touch it, they say, don't touch it, don't touch it. But when you touch it, it was still so smooth. It wasn't even like you were touching like us.
It's like how we get that kind of technology, or somebody could be that smart that long ago, and we're this dumb this now. We got to write it on paper. Our dumbass, we can't carve some shit and it lasts forever. This man made some tablets out of undestroyable shit. It don't matter how much you try to bury it. I mean, how much you try to burn it. Whatever you try to do, you cannot destroy it. The only thing they're going to do is hide it from you. And, and take out what they want and fucking make it where it benefits them.
Definitely. Like the Pope, it bows down to a Black Madonna, right? But they're not going to show you that. They're not going to show what's going on and the rituals and all of the legacies that our ancestors put down. They're not going to show what they're doing behind closed doors, bowing down to a Black woman, kissing her feet, So, you know, all our technology is used today. So we just don't recognize it, but it's what's going on.
Yeah, they can't even tell you where the fucking pyramids come from. You can't tell me shit about where we come from and who tell me about the shit that's right here on the earth. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Right.
That's wild. So
I
yeah,
agree.
I'm definitely gonna do a less. Sometimes I be thinking people already be doing that type of research. I did not. So I'm definitely gonna do a live on the creation of mankind, because you
I
know
love that.
we look at the Bible, and that's the only thing that we reference on of man. I'm my black man. I'm just talking about man in general.
Man in general.
Right. Because when we read the Bible, we don't hear shit that reference any black person. We hear about Adam and Eve, and then we all got to wonder, well, where the fuck did all us come from then? Because if Adam and Eve were white, like y'all depicting, how the fuck we get black?
Right. We
They
know
never
that's
answer
not
that question. They just like, oh, y'all niggas just came, whatever y'all niggas came from.
Well, I grew up. My dad was an atheist, and my mom was a Baptist, and I went to Catholic schools. Okay, so I have a full range of these things. But my dad will always
You had
ask
to ask a whole bunch of
questions.
questions.
My dad always had me thinking, like he will pick up the inconsistencies, but the Bible can be looked at from an astrological perspective, cosmological perspective, it's mythological perspective. You know, people have taken it literally, and they are the fundamentalists. But we do understand there's different layers to and perceptions and dimensions to how we can look at the Bible. But that's not the only holy book, like you said, of record.
It's just one of the books. Because you know, you had Christianity that was taking over the world. They wanted to push that all over the world. There's different religions everywhere. You had, you got Islam. They did the same thing that Christianity did. Everybody just took their sector and went around the world. But the oldest form of religion is Buddhism. These folks got that. Go ahead.
I'm gonna challenge you on that one, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I love to be challenged.
Well, the first religion is woman. And why I said,
well, I don't consider woman as a religion. Consider religion as something that people take as a group. I mean, join as a group, and they spread it without like taking anything else into consideration, like kind of like that. I don't think people like say woman and they just take it in like, oh, I'm gonna live my life by. You know what I'm saying? Build churches around it, because you'll never see a church of the woman. You get what I'm saying? So that's the only reason I would say that. But you got a point there.
Let me tell you why I say this, because I read a book. It was I think his name was Andrew Van Lysbeth. In his book, he said the woman was the first religion because it's from woman where the baby. She carries the baby, she nurses the baby, she brings the baby. From the baby's perspective, the mother is God, right? The mother is goddess. So that was the context I was saying. But I agree with what you're saying as well.
But and to a certain point, and from my research, and I've been on this journey for, let me see, I started my journey 2009. And anybody who ever start a spiritual journey, they don't know shit. You're just learning. Even if you could know a lot of stuff, you still don't know shit. Knowledge is infinite. But for my research on my journey, the story of what they changed it to the Virgin Mary and had a baby or whatever. It's the story of thought, and it's the story of the Anunnaki first, and then you get the three gods. You have Enki, and then you have Enlil. You get what I'm saying? And then it goes from there. It gets more into. It depends on if you want to call it aliens or you just want to say it's people who come to this planet from another and created mankind, because mankind was created to be slaves for them. Now, this is where the whole Adam and Eve story comes in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden was actually a laboratory. That's why when you look in the Bible, you have stories about different people. And be like, hold on, I thought Adam and Eve was the first two people. No, they were the first two people that were created by these Anunnakis. And at first, they couldn't get them to reproduce. So what they did, they have one of the Anunnakis, which was like a woman type, that can give a birth without having a man. And it took her 9 months, and she supposedly had what you would call thought. It's a long story. A lot of people know about this though, and we definitely got to do a breakdown of this. So you're right when you say the woman is the first. You get what I'm saying? But when we're looking at the Bible and it says, "Oh, these came from Adam and Eve. They came out of the Garden of Eden," that was really a laboratory. So like we're learning is metaphor.
Yes, absolutely.
And like right now, this day, we're doing what? Genealogy. These people were masters of genealogy. They're masters of creating something out of nothing, pretty much making and the Anunnaki is real. It's in the Bible. They speak of it in the Bible. We just don't know what we're looking at when we hear it, when we see it.
Can I ask you for clarification, just so I'm clear? You're saying that the Adam and Eve of the Bible were the first people that were created by the Anunnaki?
They weren't the first created, but they were successful ones that were that can reproduce. They created a lot of humanoids, but they couldn't figure out a way to get them to reproduce. So when they finally got together that perfect little DNA formula, and you can check with the science and everything, that's why scientists are so baffling. Like we got certain DNA genes that are turned off, and that are connected, and it baffles them. You get what I'm saying? And I'm gonna. That's why I said I would have to pull it up more, because of course I gotta jump around a little bit. History can't be explained in 10 minutes or whatever.
Oh, of course.
Scan a little bit of stuff or whatever, just to But yeah, they were the first human beings that were created that can reproduce. That's like when we say right now, scientists have found a goat. You get what I'm saying? They're saying that because now in the future, guess what we can do? We can do a lot of cloning. But that's kind of what they were doing. Once they found that, they kept Adam and Eve in that garden, not knowing what they can do. That's why they were naked. But when that's supposed to be out of knowledge, because one of the Anunnakis came and told them, because they didn't get along. You get what I'm saying? One of the Anunnakis came and told them, which what we would call the devil, but hey, the devil is a lie. Told this woman, hey, y'all got the same powers we got. We are not really gods. We just got y'all thinking that, because he felt sorry for these folks. Now you got it. So in the Bible, when they say God came back and he realized these motherfuckers got on clothes, how did y'all know that? How did y'all know what y'all doing? If you was an all-seeing God, how the fuck you didn't know they ate the apple as soon as they ate it? Why you didn't knock the apple out their damn hand? There's a lot of things that come to your mind. Ask the question. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to just ask questions about, but what we were taught, never question it. Never question it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because if we were all coming from Adam and Eve, we would have been died out from just the DNA deficiency. There are, and not to switch the subject, but I was doing research and I was reading about this king. I can't remember what country. I think it was in like Belgium or something like that. But their family ruled for like about 1,000 years or whatever. But they were all inbreed. By the time it got to the last motherfucker, they were so ugly and slow and bones could barely. It's not possible. So there were other people. They created other people after Adam and Eve. It was an experiment. But you had to find a way to make this man and this woman be able to reproduce. Other than that, people are going to do this work. They're going to die out. And now you got to recreate new people. But there's a lot to be learned. And we're going to definitely go over it. I don't want to sound crazy. Some people are probably you're talking crazy. without all the backup knowledge from the scholars, the people who studied this shit for 30, 40 years. And at first we have to get the knowledge of the Emerald Tablets, which any scholar can tell you this is the oldest history of humans. And this is what thought is saying. He's telling us how it was created. And this is what he's saying, not me. Not me just taking it, but you'll see the connections to the Bible when you hear what the Emerald Tablets have to say. Now, if you don't want to go past the Bible, a lot of people are going to close their ears to it. You get what I'm saying? But once you go back and go back and go back, and you go and look at what's in the Emerald Tablets, and you're like, well, damn, I'll be damned. I'll be damned. It tells the same story. These so-called gods, they're not really gods, just the people. If somebody came from the sky right now, we see something come from the sky right now, and it's a big ass human, and we know we can't do a damn thing with it. What are we gonna call that?
A god.
A god. If he can sit right here and will together and make a human, you're gonna be like, oh, that's God. If you can see a motherfucker have so much knowledge where they can put together a sphinx or a pyramid, you know what I'm saying, without the manpower and the labor, what you gonna call that person? A god. If you can see a motherfucker go right up in the sky and dance around in the heavens, you're gonna call that God. But if we go to Mars right now or another planet, and we see some little tiny people there, and we go in there, and we coming out of the sky, and they don't have that type of technology, what are they gonna call us?
Right. I get it. I definitely. I want you to have a show and lay this out because I'm open because my dad was an atheist, so I question everything. And I question everything. He taught me to question everything. I come from the background of, like, I'm not sure if you know Ashwa Kwesi, or who talks about the African origins of Christianity, or Runoko Rashidi, or Dr. Ben, or Dr. Clark, or any of those amazing historians and master teachers. I come from their perspective, from them studying ancient Kemetic science. So this would be
what
something
people have to study.
Yeah, that's
and people don't realize that's where all of our knowledge comes from, Kemetic science, because people have to learn that the land of Kim, that's where chemistry comes from. You get what I'm saying? And these folks taught this sacred knowledge, and it's hidden from us now. That's why Black people, we're so confused, because our knowledge has been hidden from the first people. Those Anunnaki, they came in all kind of colors. See, when I say Anunnaki, they're not just Anunnaki is a group of different species that came from other. They could have came from other planets, wherever the fuck they came from.
Right.
It's not about one group. It's talking about a collection of groups that came to this planet. Some blue-eyed motherfuckers, some were reptilian-looking motherfuckers, some were tall, big black motherfuckers. But everybody made their special people. So that's why we're like, oh, our God is coming back. People say, because when everybody say, oh, I'm praying to God, everybody ain't praying to the same God.
Same God, right.
Everybody ain't talking about they're talking about the same God. We all were created equal, because we all were created just to be fucking slaves for one God or another. But what those gods were telling us is we had to make you like us. All you have to do is come to your consciousness. But as long as we can keep you at a low ether, then you ain't gonna come to that consciousness. And the only thing you're gonna do is keep reincarnating your ass here so you can slave. But you raise your consciousness just like us, and you can get in the universe, and you can fucking go anywhere you want to, different dimensions. Because you hear it all the time that we're in more than one dimension. We're in the 3D dimension right now.
Right now, yeah. But they're talking about how we're moving into 4D and 5, or actually saying 5D now.
But that has to be in the mind. That has to be in the consciousness.
Absolutely.
You know, like, for example, just to know that I ain't bullshitting you. Okay, who are the most holiest people on the land?
Holy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Those motherfucking Buddhists in Tibet.
Okay.
Okay, these guys, and that's why you can see some, and you probably go on the internet or whatever. You see these guys that you can hit them in the stomach with a damn bat, or you could break a brick on their head or whatever, because the mind is way more powerful than the body. So when people live exactly the way they're supposed to live, meditate the exact way they're supposed to live, eat the right way they're supposed to eat, and all that stuff, you are way more powerful than you think you are. You can levitate, you can reincarnate. Jesus wasn't the only one that could reincarnate. We can do, say, give us a history of people who've reincarnated. There's a list of them motherfuckers, but they're only going to tell you about one. Now you got to ask yourself, why is that?
What's your thoughts on the Sirius B and the tribe in Mali who could I think it was Mali. I'm sure it's Mali or maybe it was a West African country. I think it was.
I know what
Mali.
you're talking about. Well, are you talking about Mali when they were the top of the world, meaning when they had Massa Musa as the richest black man, or you're talking about the Mali that ended up kind of falling, and then but they still had a little bit of the history.
I think, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How they could see Sirius B and Sirius A, and how they could see the star that the Europeans couldn't even see. They could see with their own eyes.
Because they were still carrying on. They were still carrying on knowledge from the ancestors. Because remember, I just said Thoth lived for 4,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Reincarnated in different bodies and this and that. But see, this knowledge was passed on. But you had to go seek it, like Jesus did. Jesus is a real person now. It tells you that he disappeared and came back, you know what I'm saying, to the land of Canada, showing people how you can walk. And he rise from the dead. He did everything Thoth did. So it was believed that he went to go get his learning from him, which everybody did. Everybody did. But that knowledge started getting hidden from us. That's why you have these secret societies. They have the knowledge. They know where it's at. They hiding that shit from us. Because guess what? We got to stay where we at.
Right.
Because if we all rose up to a certain consciousness, you wouldn't go out and damn work every day and do all this shit that keeps them going. You wouldn't do it. You'll know your worth. You'll know what you're a part of.
Game over. That's what it is. It's game over. It's game over. And that's why these distractions, tying into what we were talking about and all the other distractions, is to keep people so focused on survival, so they don't have time to sit down and contemplate stuff,
right.
Sit down to examine things and question and go inward.
And then it gets so mind-boggling. You know what I'm saying? The more you learn, you're like, damn, there's so much to certain people. It just hurt their head. You know what? I just love my God, everything good. I'm gonna just go to church and I'm gonna make this shit easy. It's hard work. Studying is hard work. Learning is hard work. You're gonna hear a lot of shit that you don't want to hear.
So do you go into so now we're vibing. So do you go into the holographic reality or digital consciousness at all? I mean, how do you interface with that?
I'm kind of confused. You mean like, do you mean I study that, or you mean like I practice, like, what you mean?
Do you study it? Do you think that this is a holographic plane that we are projecting in matter?
Oh yeah, because we're a spirit experiencing a physical, experience, So yeah, everything that we're looking at is holographic. Because you can't see nothing without the light bouncing off of it, and it's all in your head anyway.
It's all in your eyes, yes.
It's all in your eyes.
Yeah.
You done had dreams where, like, everything is still real. Even in a dream, you reaching out to try to touch the motherfucker.
Right.
It's proven fact. It's proven science, and we'll be so confused about it that we're like, man, let me just dumb this shit down and make it easy. Let me just go to church. Because it's so much, and you got to do so much research, and we got stuff that's right here in front of us. Think about the stuff that we don't have in front of us. But we have the information right there at our fingertips. And some people still don't want it. You have the scholars, you have people that study this shit 40, 50 years. And we'll go listen to a person that just that been on the planet for 40 years. It's some people that been studying this shit for 50, that been all around the world. I don't know if any of y'all have you ever heard of what's the brother name? Fuck, it's on the tip of my head. Carson, Billy Carson. Have you ever heard of him?
No.
I gotta do a live and I'm gonna share his information. He breaks down some very, very good shit. And what I like about him and everything he do, he got the receipts.
What's he talk on?
Let me pull him up real quick. Y'all can see who he is. He talks on everything. Like the guy's a damn genius, if you ask me. I really just ran across him, but off of Earn Your Leisure. I don't know if you ever heard of Earn Your Leisure?
No.
That guy there is a great too. I actually seen him on Earn Your Leisure. These guys are brilliant brothers. Oh, I ain't got.
When it comes to the holographic game, I study several different people. I'm not sure if you heard of Don Hoffman. He wrote a book called The Case Against Reality. That's a really great book. His research is amazing. He's a physicist. And I mean, it goes back because even, Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and like, I'm not sure if you know Dr. Valentine or Bobby Hammond, who goes into the occult.
Oh yeah. In my journey, I used to listen to Bobby Valentine. He's very informational.
Bobby Hammond or Dr. Phil Valentine?
Both of them.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Michael Tarasi, David Icke, people who are very credible. Shit. If I can go and not dissing no church or nothing, but if I can go to church and say that my pastor is credible, a person that's been searching, who's been to the temples, who's read these emerald tablets, who's been around the world and actually did the damn research, you're credible enough to listen to if they done the research.
Oh, absolutely. They have some scholarship. I mean, that's what I love about these people. They have scholars. Yeah, absolutely.
So if y'all look at the screen right now, I'm putting up Dr. Billy Carson. His channel is called Forbidden Knowledge. Billy Carson, Forbidden Knowledge. And the knowledge that he's giving is pretty much what that title say. He has this live right here 3 years ago. I wish I would have seen it 3 years ago. I didn't see it till the other day and I was fucking white. But he has a lot of videos. Just some of them are talking about how to help your mind, concentrate your mind on certain things. He talks about time travel, lost technology of ancient Egyptian, mind over matter things. He brings on different people who focus on these studies. And he's a black man. So it's here to listen to because you can tell this man knows his shit.
I'm going to sub up right now.
And I'm talking about once you watch one of them, you're probably going to spend a couple of days. I remember y'all didn't see me for about a week. I was sitting there and fucking binge watching all these videos.
That's what I be doing. I be binging.
I ain't give a damn if them bitches was 2 hours, 3 hours because every fucking minute was important. This man is talking about the stuff in cosmos, even to the point of different kind of alien species or whatever. He has other people that come on his channel. He has a channel where different people do different, kind of talking points or whatever. But he has a guy that came on that the day that I was watching it, like I ain't even gonna watch it. It was a dude with dreadlocks. He looked like me, and they was talking. It was called Food Something. Damn, let me see if I can find it real quick. It was called Food Something. And I fell asleep and woke up, it was already on it. But man, the gems that was getting dropped in there about how to eat and treat your body and stuff was like, I was like, damn, this. I'm telling y'all gonna thank me later. Y'all are gonna thank me later when y'all start. If you're into hiring your consciousness and just wanting to know where to start it, you know what I mean? Like you ain't gonna do it overnight. I ain't did it overnight. I still got bad habits. I know I'm still on the break of fucked up. I'm not perfect at all. But what I do is I try to use every moment of my life to learn, because if everybody's saying I want to go to heaven, right? What kind of motherfucker? If I'm God, I don't want some dumbass motherfuckers in my kingdom of heaven. If you the type motherfucker that'll just believe anything, and you know what I'm saying, why would I need you up here? If you ain't took the time while I had you down there on earth and I gave you every fucking search of the research, and all you did is just go listen to goddamn these false prophets, I'm gonna keep your ass down there till you learn it.
My friend, he used to send me. He thinks he wants to save my soul. He always send me this stuff. And I'm like, he was like, he said, well, remember that your friend tried to help you. And I said, if I'm punished because I'm curious, I'm inquisitive, I'm trying to figure shit out. If I'm trying to figure this all out and I'm punished because, then I don't want that kind of God too. You know what I'm saying? That's not the kind of God.
But the more you research, the more you realize that it ain't that these people are evil. It ain't that people are. It's just that demons are real. Different dimensional beings are real. People are being brainwashed. People are being, into fear to the point where they can't think for themselves. They're scared to death. Yeah. They're scared of the punishment. Not knowing that hell, like the Bible say, the truth will set you free. You thinking if you tell your girlfriend the truth or something, that's what they mean. No, the truth about life, the truth that about the universe, it'll set you free if you're willing to accept it.
What's programming? The program is very deep. The program is very so deep, and that's why I love in the Matrix when I think it was Morpheus that told Neo, we don't unplug someone, I guess, after a certain age because it's really hard. It was something like that.
Yeah, once you stuck in your reality, sometimes like usually by the time you get 50, if you already believe something, you ain't changing up. Yeah, you ain't changing up.
But there is neuroplasticity. There is your brain can. It's not like you can't do it.
Yeah, it's not like you can't, but yeah, you're right. It's just not common that people will.
Right. It's not. You have to really, really like put yourself in an environment that you have to change. Versus,
a lot of people will say, "I want to be better. I want to do this and that," but they never take the necessary steps, and that's freeing their mind. Because that's the first thing you got to do is you got to be willing to forget everything and relearn everything.
Yes.
And when you come to that conclusion, like everything that I was taught, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna act like that's not true. It could be true, but you're like, okay, I'm gonna do research on it. I'm gonna ask questions about it. You're gonna come to a different conclusion. I guarantee it.
Asking a different question to me is like that's what really helps me get out my program. Like when I broke my arm in karate, and I had to wear this huge cast for like 2 months. And what it really made me realize is that how much habitual thinking I was under because I couldn't do anything with my dominant hand. So it's like I was.
But like Nokia 3 said, fear won't let them. And in my opinion, fear is the biggest sin because it controls everything you do. You fear dying, right? But if you didn't fear dying, would it bother you so much when somebody died? No. If you didn't, like you just said, you broke your arm. If you didn't fear breaking your arm, wouldn't you still live and have fun with certain shit? Not fearing the broken arm. If you didn't fear that your child would go out here and do something and they end up doing it any goddamn way, you fear it too damn much. But the most successful people is the people that don't fear shit. They go after it.
Or they feel the fear, but they don't let it control them.
They don't let it control them, right?
Yeah, that's
like me. I feel fear, but my conscious mind would make me overpower it. And that's the power of God, that conscious mind, because you don't hear else talking to you. You hear you talking to you, correct?
Right.
That's your higher self. Everybody has a higher self, which is connected to something.
Yes.
Now, what it's connected to, that's the real God. But that person about to come floating out of the sky and to come to save everybody, no, that ain't about to happen. What's coming to save you is collective knowledge. Consciousness, higher consciousness. Once you reach that high, you can't go back. You can't go backwards. That's what's coming to save you. I don't know how long it's gonna take you. Because you could come back and you might be an ant next time.
But
Everything
we are
has
consciousness. We are consciousness. We have all the abilities and the magic of consciousness, but we think because we have the avatar, wait, this is the body, and then we are the consciousness inside the body. So we're
Now
the
you
player.
get it. Now you got it.
I'm gonna break it. The player is playing the avatar, but the consciousness is streaming through the avatar. So when we get, like you said, fear of death is okay. I am the body. That's the fear because you fear you can lose it. You're attached to the identity. You're attached to the 3D realm with the avatar, but we're not just the avatar. We're the consciousness.
Exactly.
And that's
because you got to think about this. Before you were born, did it hurt?
Nope.
Where were you before you were born?
That's a good question.
You can't even remember it, but it didn't hurt, did it?
I have no memory of it.
Exactly. Because the sin is what they tell you, right? But you're actually born into the universe. You're traveling again. But what they make you do is forget. They don't make you learn. They make you forget. They don't make you remember shit. They make you forget everything that you learned from your last lifetime. You could put a baby right out of a damn alligator. You think that baby gonna cry out of fear? No, it hasn't learned to fear that alligator.
Doesn't have any fear, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It hasn't. Why is that?
The baby doesn't have that fear. The baby has been taught
You learn fear. You learn fear. You learn fear. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
Through your life, you learn fear. You look at TV, you see people get shot. You look at TV, you see people get robbed. You look at the police beating the shit out of somebody. You see the police shooting somebody. You look at TV, you see everything in the world fear. You see somebody get hit by, you playing baseball, you see somebody get hit by a pitch, now you fear it. You weren't thinking about that before. You see somebody drown, now you're scared of swimming. Fear is taught.
Yes. I think there's a quote that says, danger is real, but fear is something. I think it came from one of those, like, that movie After Earth, but that was a very powerful quote. I'm going to find it. But
now think about, now let's think about this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the fear can control your body, right, and control you, only how you can get rid of that fear is hiring your vibration, because we are creatures of water, right? Our body is made up of how much water? I'm pretty sure
like 75, 80%
75, 80%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are made up of a body of water, we all know that we're made up of a body of vibration also.
Absolutely.
So the signal that our bodies are putting out, as far as in the collective, most of us are out here acting in fear. We're scared of the police. We're scared of everything.
Everybody, yeah.
The world is living. The world has a consciousness too. What happens when you got parts of your body that's just sick? It's gonna fuck up more. Like we are sick. And guess who's sitting back laughing at it and keeping it going? The people I'm gonna teach y'all about. I ain't gonna teach you, but I'm gonna point y'all in directions of people I've learned from. I learned from a collection of people. I don't learn from one person. And the more, when I see things in a consistent form, I still form my own theory and my own, conclusion. But you still have to go over everything in a whole, though. You get what I'm saying? So you're gonna hear all the stories. You're gonna see things that happen in your. You're gonna feel things that happen in your real life. I'm like, you know what? Damn, I see why my auntie or my cousin, you know what I'm saying, felt like this or felt like that when I said this or I say that. Like you'll see it in real time. I promise you. Let me start having these kind of conversations in an open setting. There's gonna be one person that's gonna always come up and try to interrupt it.
Oh, all the time.
With
That's like,
like some
yeah.
immaturity, they're gonna try to throw it off. That's the spirit. They might not be trying to do it intentionally, but the spirit gonna jump into them and try to stop that. Because it's more than you that's here. Shit that you can't
Absolutely.
see. Your eyes can only catch what your eyes can catch. And that's just I'm not good at articulating everything that you know what I'm saying that I'm trying to describe, but
I
I
feel
just
you
try
though. I
to,
feel you.
yeah. It like so everybody is not gonna understand what I'm saying. It's gonna take a certain level of people actually studying it themselves. You know what I'm saying? They forgot everything that they learned and they're willing to learn day by day.
I do want to make a distinction though, because you said something very powerful. You say it's about raising your consciousness, and you were talking about fear. You have to raise your consciousness to face the fear, but I think it's the opposite. I think it's
Okay.
when we face our fears is when we raise our consciousness. It's like that's how you raise
And
it.
that's actually like saying the same thing. It's like putting something and flipping it backwards. It's actually the same thing if you think about it, because you got to actually raise your consciousness to face your fear. Because how would you know that your fear is what's holding you back?
True, true, true.
Like they say, what you don't know won't hurt you. No, it won't. I mean,
And then how do you know what you fear? Because there are some subtleties to fear that are less obvious, right? We have like the big fears, right? The fear of death and fear of speaking or the fear of whatever, right? But
right.
there's the subtleties of the fear that makes us annoyed or insecure or uneasy, or there's other nuance to the fear as well, that one of my teachers have been supporting us with. So but I think this is great conversation, because this is how we personally empower ourselves so we can see
You
beyond.
you
Yeah.
got me about to make my next video is gonna be going back to the bullshit, but I'm not. My next video we're going over some of this stuff. We're gonna go over. I'm gonna actually go through some of the brother Carson's things, because I think he's very good with articulating some of the things or whatever. And this guy has been all over the world. But sometimes people got to take themselves out of the emotion of what they feel about people and just listen to the information. You know what I mean? Like, because sometimes it's gonna probably come off to some people as he's arrogant, but he's just telling you about the accomplishments. Everything is on paper, in receipts, and in the knowledge. So, but some people will fear them, like, damn, this man telling us, because him like, I went to this place, this and that, and he'll make sure he show the pictures and everything. And he's taking people on group trips to these places to teach them more about it. And I'm like, fuck, I wish I had the money to fucking goddamn go on one of these trips, because I want to go into these places.
Where does he take
And
you?
not
Take you to
just him.
Egypt?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because there's history of the type of technology and the intelligence and the I guess you want to call it the alien invasions or whatever that's been around the world. Well, not alien invasions, it's just these people came here. It's more than just our planet here. It's more than just our intelligence here. That's fucking obvious. Now us as humans, we are here now, you know what I mean? But the our consciousness has always been here. Our energy has always been here. And dies. It just transfers.
Right.
So it makes sense. I mean, you can't say something and teach me something and then take it back when it doesn't fit, you know what I'm saying, to the narrative of maybe the stories in the books.
Right.
I trust more of the heart I put in to pass the knowledge. I trust the writings on the wall. And the writings of the wall say different. I trust the unbreakable tablets that was telling the beginning of mankind. That tells about the stories of, you know what I'm saying, the people who live on Mars and their or other planets, and then it exploded, and the beings rushing to Earth to, you know what I'm saying, get away from their planet. Hey, I ain't making this shit up. These folks been put this shit out there.
Yeah, that's ancient
Why you
knowledge.
think we out there going to Mars, and when we looking at Mars, we starting to see shit on Mars. We see the shit there. Y'all the one putting out the damn. What the fuck is that right there? That's a damn pyramid. What the fuck is that right there? That's a face. And then you look at the damn stories in the damn tablets. So either somebody just went and just made it, and the shit is right there in the museums. Did you say you went? Which museum you say you went to again?
The British Museum in London.
The British Museum. I believe they are saying that the Emerald Tablets is in the British Museum, if I'm not mistaken.
Everything is there.
Because
everything is there.
Everything's there, and you have to ask yourself why.
Oh, I know why I got there. I know
We
how I
all
got
know
there.
why.
Yeah.
So the more you do history, the more you can understand the spiritual world also, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll start understanding the science of it also. Because you're like, hold on, a lot of shit that got told to you is starting to make sense. The fucking dinosaurs. You know how it makes sense? Okay, say me and you, we're the top fucking genealogists in our motherfucking world, right? Our universe. And we have a type of intelligence we learn to go to other. So say we're the top of the brains of Earth. Me and you, smartest motherfuckers around. So what do we know about our country right now? We know genealogy, right? We know how to clone stuff. We know how to get into different atmosphere, different planets and all that, right?
Right.
Me and you got sent to another planet. What would we do?
Same thing we're doing here. Well,
exactly.
Genealogy, right?
Right. And then what we're gonna do after that? We're gonna correct the laws. We're gonna tell the stories.
Absolutely. Recreate the propaganda.
Everybody, we're gonna be looked at as the guys. If it's something already done, and that motherfucker ain't got what we got, if we smarter than that motherfucker that's already done, shit.
All right, it'd be easy. Like, we got this, ears. We got this. We're gonna do this.
We can correct whatever we want to.
Right.
But we can correct these dinosaurs, but these dinosaurs ain't gonna fuck with us because we create them. We can mind control them because guess what? We still have the power of our ancestors. We still know how to do the mind control. We still know how to, you know what I'm saying, levitate. You got to do the history. There's people that levitated. They done proved the shit.
Yeah.
It's people that reincarnated. It's people that they got their mind right. You get your mind right. That's what you got to do to get in heaven. A lot of us ain't willing to do what the fuck we got to do to get to what's the real supposed to be the heaven. We're gonna be coming back to this motherfucker for another couple of thousand years trying to get it right.
Ouch. Ouchie. But
don't that sound like hell?
Sure does.
Because especially if this world is, remember, if anybody studied or paid attention in science class, I was asleep, but I guess I was learning it in my subconsciousness. The planet was on fire for millions of years, remember?
Yeah.
You think it ain't gonna be again? At one point in time, what will your consciousness be?
I mean, this is not the only reality that we exist in. So.
Exactly. So what if you had to reincarnate here in, let's say, 200 years? Would you not be in here? Because goddamn, the route we going right now, you come back in 200 years. Ooh-wee. Or if you got to start back up, say even if you had to come right back for the next 20, 30 years.
Oh, like come back at 2030? No.
No, yeah, come back 20, you're a baby all again. You got to go from start to finish now. You got to go through the COVID era. Now you're going to probably have Trump Jr. as your president by the time you get grown.
Here's how I look at it. Like this is a game, like a game, like the movie The Game, or just the game, right? And if there's no fear, then you don't look at the game. You don't want to not come, because whoever's president, because it's all about exploration of consciousness, right? It's about exploring and having an adventure and stretching the limitations on quote unquote the human. And so there's a deep sense of fun and excitement for the consciousness, but the human, the body, the avatar, and all its fears and attachments and identities, they get caught up in not wanting to come back. Now, I do think this reincarnation wheel that's set up has enslaved humanity. What Dr. Valentine called this an insane asylum.
You
right?
want it?
But it's the level of consciousness. When if we don't need everybody to, I think they say it's like 1% or 10% of the humanity race for consciousness, just a few hertz or whatever it is, that would change everything. That would change 70% of what's going on. And so the people who are here, the avatars are here, who are ushering this evolution of consciousness, so that if you do reincarnate back here, it's not like you're locked into the wheel. It's more of a conscious. I don't want to use that word, because I do think it's conscious regardless, but we're not coming to an insane asylum anymore. We're coming, like you're here, you're here. I believe you're here to awaken and support this evolution.
I'm here to learn, just like everybody else. I'm so far behind it. I realize how far I am behind, but I know there's a lot of motherfuckers way behind me. I'm just running my lap. I'm just
no,
I might only have to come back about 3 more times. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't have to come back 100. I'm making my way back.
I'm gonna have fun.
I know I'm fucking up, yeah, we, like you said, we're in a conscious prison, and only thing that's gonna set you free is the truth. Knowledge is power. A lot of the truth can't be rewritten. It just could be hidden. So,
and I think in hiding is depending upon your consciousness, because I say it cannot be hidden for me because I will seek it. And if you seek it, if you want it, and you put that intention out there, it can't be denied.
There goes that old phrase: when the student is ready to learn, the teacher will appear.
Boom. There it is. So we're not victims to the we're consciousness, so we can do whatever consciousness can do.
And so then when the teacher, oh my bad.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then I heard another phrase to put that on, and this how I knew I had a lot more to learn. Because then a nigga threw some shit on there and say, when the teacher ready to learn, the master will appear. I was like, oh shit. I thought I was teacher. Oh, I'm just a teacher. Okay. I gotta go. I gotta stick with the masters. And these niggas be dropping these gems. And I'm like, damn. The research though, I love the receipts. Yeah. If I don't see no receipts, I'm just gonna keep it going. I'ma listen. But I just, take, because you might only say 1 or 2 things that might, make sense to me. And the other shit, they're like, I ain't sure.
Right.
And them 1 or 2 things is good enough. Can change a whole thing. So, but you have to be like in the right place of it. Even if you ain't practicing it, have knowledge of it. And I think a lot of people are like willing to do that. So they won't even still learn the knowledge of it. You might not meditate every day, but you'll learn that the way you meditate and the way you eat, and say the position that you put you might learn about it. You might get around to it, but at least you got to learn first.
Yeah, I think like for me, how I live my life is that if it's not in my experience, it's not my truth. So I give myself an experience. It's taking these spiritual disciplines and ideas and moving them through the body. So giving yourself an experience of your own power, because that way no one can trick you out of it. Like if you're caught up in belief, you can be tricked. You can be
tricked so quick. Once that was a powerful damn statement there. Once you get caught up in that belief, you can get tricked. And if you notice that you don't just believe people when they say something, then man, you can see the whole devil come out of them.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if you because if you already in your structure of, you know, keep your format of what you do, nobody can really trick you. They might can trick, but trust me, you can still prevent it from being detrimental.
If it's your truth, it's like, how you going to treat me up my experience? I've experienced this. Like, I was working out, I was doing some kettlebell swings, and literally, I was such in a focused state. I looked down and saw my own feet, and it scared me. And I'm like, oh my God, it's my body. I was like, I had detached just that quickly, and I shocked myself. And I was looking, oh my God, that's me. And as soon as I had that awareness, I kind of felt my body more. But that was an experience that shook me because I was like, wow, I really scared myself because I'm like, who legs, who toes are like who feet is me.
Man, I should have came back to you too talking about this stuff. I just ain't know. See, I get so much wabbitry going on and shit. I be like, man, everybody done went stupid. There ain't no guy. I can't even got that. I'll do my thinking and stuff on the back page. I'm like, but you know, you can't. It seems like you can't have these conversations. But finish up this little bit. You're welcome to stay up here if you want to. But I'm gonna finish up these. YouTube don't flag me and say I'm spamming and shit, because I noticed that last time if I put something in the damn title or whatever and I get off subject and start talking about, they'll try to spam me for that. It's weird. Yeah, that's why I got flagged for the one time I was talking. Remember we was talking about the I was talking about I had in the thing that we was gonna talk about Farrakhan. But I had other things we are going to talk about. I think we talked about the business assassin.
John Perkins, the economic hitman.
Economic hitman, right?
Yeah.
And we had went over one other thing before that, and I didn't even get to my last thing. But I guess since I stayed too long without getting to the point, they were trying to scam and shit. I'm like, what the fuck y'all talking about spam? Y'all ain't even let me get to what the fuck I was about to get to. Talking about I ain't talking about what's in my description. You don't know what the fuck I was about to say. Or it just come from a whole bunch of haters flagging and shit. Like, it's weird.
Well, I'm gonna hop off ears. Thank you so much. I had a great conversation, dialogue.
Anytime, man. Y'all see me dropping that link, man. Y'all come and have these conversations. I would rather have these conversations. I don't give a damn if it's only 40 or 50. I would have these conversations every day with 50 people. They have 150 people just talking about somebody goddamn going back and forth about wabbitry and shit. I promise you. I just do the bullshit just because I know people enjoy it. But you have a great day. I appreciate your point of view. I'm gonna finish up with these stories. Like I say, if y'all want some real good knowledge, forbidden knowledge, I'm gonna come up here and we're gonna definitely go over some of Bill Carson's stuff or whatever. I was thinking that he got such a big platform. I was thinking everybody was seeing this shit, but they just didn't want to see it. But we'll go over some of that stuff. Earn your leisure. You know, some of the people that I check out on YouTube. Even these people listen to. I've heard them reference those guys sometimes too. So it's not like I'm only watching those scholars and everything. Scholars watch scholars. So, but let's continue on. I told my old lady we supposed to be going to the flea market. Yeah, my old lady is so patient, and I'm hoping she don't be too mad at me because I'm still on here doing lives or whatever. So let's finish this up. Okay, so we was talking about Trump and what he was saying about as far as in here. I'm gonna pull it up too. As far as what he was saying about the whole thing that's going on. So sometimes I start to think that this just is a play for people to go back and forth and to create the division between us as the people. I don't even be thinking a lot of shit he be saying he really even mean. But it's his job to keep some shit stirred up. Who else can stir up shit like this motherfucker? Nobody. Nobody can stir up shit like Trump. Excuse me. All right, let's go back a little bit. Okay, so let's play
malnourishment, punishment, medical neglect, psychological pressure. These are all conditions you might expect as a prisoner in the infamous Soviet Gulag. It's certainly not what you'd picture in a modern-day prison system on the European continent, but some 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, conditions like that still exist in Russian prisons. The Gulag refers set up by Vladimir Lenin, but really reached for Joseph Stalin. The Gulag was a brutal instrument of political repression and torture. Prisoners were forced to work on grueling construction and mining projects, often in extreme weather and without food or water. Millions died of exhaustion or disease, and others were simply executed. The Gulag operated until shortly after Civil War.
Petty criminals to political enemies of the communist regime. Behind bars in the modern penal colonies are Russian dissidents who dare criticize Vladimir Putin's rule and in some cases
So let's get this straight. This man here is accused of selling weapons, conspiring to selling weapons. So that means you didn't actually catch him with the weapons right there. You just saying he conspired to. Now we ought to know how the American system plays. A lot of niggas done conspired to do some shit. A lot of people done conspired. Tens of millions of dollars worth of weapons. Okay, I believe y'all a little bit, but y'all lie so goddamn much. And they're saying those weapons was gonna kill millions of words. Gonna kill, not didn't kill. They supposedly was going to. Here we are again with that fucking propaganda. Now, what does that make you do? What does that make you do? We just talked about it. Now y'all supposed to be in fear. We're gonna let this one dude loose, and now you should be feared. You should be shaking in your boots. You should be shaking in your boots. Because this man, he was an arms dealer, and he was selling tens of millions of dollars, but we only gave him 25 years. In our American system. Not overseas charging them for war crimes. Because we know our war criminals are not here. Matter of fact, let me Google what prison was in. They got the damn, I don't know how to pronounce this dude. I'm about to see what prison he was in. That's gonna tell a lot, y'all. What prison was the Russian who was released in the Brittany Griner trade was in? Who was he swap for? Let's see. Let's see if we can find out what prison he was in. What his name is. Victor Bout. What prison was Victor Bout in?
According to KFVS 12, the Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed on Thursday, December 8th that Victor Bout is no longer in custody at the federal prison in Marion, Illinois. Nicknamed the Merchant of Death, Bout was one of the world's most wanted
Get the
men
fuck
before
out of
his
here.
arrest in 2008.
But you would get all these niggas that'll run up here and act like we just let go goddamn Bin Laden. If we had Bin Laden, do you think Bin Laden gonna be up in fucking Marion doing? No. He's gonna be goddamn Gitmo. He gonna be over there on Gitmo. Stop playing with me. I just pulled it up. He was in damn Illinois, Marion, Illinois. He wasn't even in the shit in goddamn Colorado. Now, if they would have said he was in the shit in Colorado, where they got people like Malachi York, who ain't never killed nobody, the only thing that man was talking about was some deep shit. They said he did some weird shit, but what that man was talking about, they had to hide that nigga under the prison. They ain't put him in the same prison that they got the Unabomber and fucking what's that nigga that was running around sniping people and shit, the DC sniper and shit. Why they putting him in that's probably a fucking low security prison. What that shit, I think it did say at least it was the Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed that Thursday, December 8th, that Victor Bout is no longer in custody in the federal prison and Marion, nicknamed Merchant of Death. Bout was one of the world's most wanted men before his arrest. Yeah, he could have been one of the world's most wanted men, but shit, that don't mean he was that goddamn dangerous. Man, 55 years old, a former Soviet military officer and translator. So you just pretty much caught a Russian soldier that had something to do with the Russian goddamn war. I get it. It's political. But you got to make sure these people out here fear that shit. You got to make sure these motherfuckers out here scared. They saying, let's see what the fuck this man did. What he actually did. They want to say who we swapped. But what did the man actually fucking do? Well, we can't swap him for a motherfucker with some weed. They said the arms dealer was sentenced to 25 years in jail for attempt. He didn't actually sell the motherfucker weapons to Colombia's FARC rebels. FARC rebels. We're talking about Colombia. So if these are over there fighting a war in Colombia, and you're saying that he's selling guns to people to kill Americans, what the fuck are we doing in Colombia? We got a war going on in Colombia? Ain't we arresting somebody who ain't got shit to do with what we got going on? What the man did to us? What he did in America that have him arrested in America? Yeah, you got him in a federal prison, but you ain't got him in no supermax prison where he can't do no more harm. But y'all trying to make it look like we should be fucking scared to death, and that is insane to make this trade 1 for 1. We got him to do 11 years. He was in the military. He attempted to do what he was doing for his country. Hell, he felt, hey, he's in the military. The motherfuckers are fighting. And he's fucking probably supplying one side. He's backing up a side. Ain't that's what we doing right now with Kareem? Not Kareem. Goddamn, y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. Ain't that's what we doing right now? Supplying these folks with military weapons in support. So you're telling me If Biden the one that signing the documents for that shit, should he be arrested and taken and held captive? I'm just asking. Is he the most dangerous motherfuckers in the world on the planet? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Cocoa oil still going on. I'm just asking the question. And this ain't no political. I'm not doing this as no political push, because I don't like none of these motherfuckers. But like the sister Helma came up and said, political pushing and the propaganda pushing that these folks are putting out, there's no law against it no more. You can push out any kind of fucking bullshit propaganda, and the people will believe it and get mad at you if you question it. They get mad if you question these shit, if you ask these questions. But you got to know what question to ask. What prison was this man in? It does make a difference, because it shows how serious y'all took him. So if he's not that serious of a fucking threat, you might as well swap somebody out. You got him 11 years, 11 out of 25. Now, I got to go back on what I said when I said he would have only served 11 out of that 25, because he was in feds. So if he in feds, he would have had to serve 85%. So he would have had to do 9 more years. Just like Brittany Griner. She got to do 9 years. He got 9 years. Y'all say she got weed that's such a big deal. We said that this nigga was attempting to sell firearms while we're selling them. You can't sell nobody shit for your government, but we can sell the world every fucking thing we want to for our government. I ain't mad. I guess I ain't mad. Hey, do it. Don't be mad at me, government. I'm just asking questions. Y'all might be mad, whatever. I'm just saying. I just ain't easily convinced like that. That's all I'm saying. But let me finish playing this. I gotta wrap this thing up. I think I'm gonna just finish this video. I think I'm gonna talk about the takeoff thing a little later.
But it was the deal that the Biden administration felt it needed to make in order to get Griner out of Russia. And now an American is free from serving a sentence.
Now, if that's the case, I'm not saying I know we're supposed to cheer on all Americans, but we know how tricky the American system is. Now, them folks caught you goddamn over there getting that thumb drive from an acquaintance. Them folks caught you. They was watching your motherfucking ass. Just like everybody trying to say, oh, she went over there and broke a law. Okay, this man went over there and broke a law too. Just because he was in our military, them folks might got proof that it was something on that damn thumb drive that shouldn't have been on there. I'm not saying you did it. Just like I'm not saying that goddamn Brittany Griner knew if she had that goddamn oil on her or not. I'm just saying. So, what makes him more important to her? Or what's the difference, people ask, right? They only ask it because the political channel that they watch asked it. Other than that, they would just say, oh, Brittany Griner came home for a prisoner. It was only somebody that made a big deal about it and say, well, it's another, why you didn't let that person go instead of this person? Well, there's a lot of components to this shit. There's a lot of components. She was about to do 9 years, 9 more years. He was about to do 9 more years. she was accused of some shit that, like, motherfucker, that ain't no shit. He was accused of some shit. Like, motherfucker, that ain't no shit. You claiming that he was about to sell it to these people, but you could have just made that shit up just because you knew he was one of our top military officers. We know y'all motherfuckers lie like a motherfucker. You done stamped on his name. This is what made me curious. When you stamp this motherfucker, as soon as this swap happened, you stamp it. The what they call him? The merchant of death. The merchant of death. When we all know we are the biggest arm dealer in the world. We sell all the motherfucking fighter planes. We sell all the guns. We sell all the everything. This shit say he was attempting to sell weapons to Colombia's army. Colombia's. Y'all say that he was financing the army killing Americans. But we just looked at our previous administration. We just read it out. I read it out. Released 5,000 Taliban fighters. 5,000 and the leader. And the leader. I know it's breaking up. It was breaking up a little bit. Okay, now I think it's that clear. 5,000 fighters and the leader, and then pulled out of Afghanistan, and we sat right here and watched, lost 13 Americans on sight from a suicide bomber. And now we see back over, probably about the same fucking 5,000 people you just let back in there. Take this shit up, it's right here. The same fucking, it ain't no left wing shit and all that shit there. It's on the motherfucking goddamn White House government what you did. The receipts are there. So you have a swap. Now everybody say, oh, why you let that woman go? Because and now you got the party of white people. Because you look at all the senators on this red side, every last one of them is a white man. A couple of white women. That does make a damn difference. Y'all do know that shit, right? You do know it. A lot of people have so much disdain for somebody's sexual preference that they just won't look at the motherfucking goddamn just look at the poof and the prude. I don't have that much disdain just because this person was a homosexual. I don't have that much disdain to say this person doesn't deserve a little, justice. If it was you, I'd be like, hell yeah, you need to trade out that motherfucker. Because to sell weapons to Colombia, but what they done told these people, he sold weapons to people to kill Americans. Well, shit, y'all don't say that in the motherfucking article. Y'all wasn't saying that in July 2022. What month it is right now? December. Now that the deal done got made. So now all of a sudden he's selling it to people that's about to kill Americans. And you'll have niggas that don't do their own research run with it. You'll have white folks that don't do their own research run with it. And now everybody fear. An arms dealer, when you're in the rush, when you're in your military. We give everybody that's in our military the highest goddamn salutes, correct? So if they over in another country and they're doing their job, we're saying you should be freeing an innocent American. That's what we would be saying because they was over in another country doing their fucking job. Their job just might happen to be making sure the deals of selling arms to protect the people that they're backing goes through. So when we have a military guy over there and his job is to pass on information and you get your ass caught, you know what them folks gonna do and say, right? This is a political game at the end of the day. But we're seeing how these political pawns work, though, on both sides.
Was arrested on espionage charges, and in 2020, he was sentenced to 16 years hard labor in a penal colony. Paul Whelan and the American government have repeatedly said the charges are baseless, politically motivated, and maintain that he was framed. Whelan has spent most of his confinement in a high-security, infamously harsh labor colony in Mordovia. His family has condemned multiple examples of corruption and abuse at the colony. Last summer, Whelan's family said he was moved to solitary confinement for a month. It was not clear to his family why he was sent into isolation. Paul's brother David said he was not permitted to exercise or shower at all during his month-long stay in isolation. Paul Whelan was not included in this prisoner exchange, but the Biden administration says it was not for lack of trying. The White House had been negotiating with Russia on both Griner and Whelan's release, but in the end, the White House said the Russians were, quote, not operating in good faith when it came to Mr. Whelan. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken explains, quote, the choice was one or none. Over in a Russian-U.S. prisoner swap. Earlier in the year, the Biden administration exchanged
So it sounds like a lot of people are not doing their proper research. Because we just made another, there was another swap that was made. There was another swap that were made. It just wasn't made right now. It was made before Brittany Griner. And he was a damn Marine, correct? We swapped this player, this Marine for y'all pilot. So why are Americans running around and saying, oh, we only do it for this one person? Because they won't put out there when they do it for other people. It's just that she's famous. And like I say, if you look at the numbers, just like if you made an NFL trade or if you made an NBA trade, you're going to look at the numbers. He had about 9 years left, 10 years left. She had about 9, 10 years left. He supposedly did something, what they would call petty. Ain't have shit to do with y'all. Just took them because y'all fucking with us. He wasn't selling no damn shit to somewhere where we at war at. He was selling it to some Colombians. What the fuck we got to do with Colombia? Unless y'all got a secret war going on over there. Which you probably do. No telling what y'all motherfucking ass. Sold guns to African warlords. Yeah, that sounds real scary too. That sounds real scary. We're selling drones to motherfucking goddamn T-words. He sound real scared for being in the Russian military and doing what his career, just like our American soldiers. And I'm not showing no diss on them. I gotta say I love them. But I'm just calling out the reality. Be mad at me if you want to. I don't give a fuck. I love you if you out there, you know what I'm saying, putting your life, do what you got to do. I'm not calling you wrong. But you working under some corrupt motherfuckers. And your spirit, and your spirit ain't gonna go to you like, oh, I was just doing my job. You kill a motherfucker, you kill a motherfucker. It ain't no, oh, I did it because somebody told me to. And I wanted to pay through college. Okay. Okay. Let that justify it. Let that justify it.
What are you doing off it? So we do a public database of network.
Now I have no idea what the fuck this damn thing is doing. I'm getting all kind of glitchy shit going on with this restream, but I'm not about to fight with her. Let it frustrate me. I gotta go and run real quick for a quick second, y'all. We're gonna have this discussion a little later. Of course, I need to do some more research to see what I want to bring up, and we could talk about this whole Thoth thing and Samaria tablets, and we needed to start talking a little bit deeper into some of the knowledge and stuff that's going on. But right now, I'm gonna go ahead and end this live because I promised my baby I would go somewhere with her. So I'll be back a little later. No telling what we're gonna talk about, man. I don't even know what even title it, because we might just go anywhere with this shit. So set your notifications. Make sure you hit that like button. Shout out to a new subscriber, No Code 3, a new guy. That's what I say, man. I got to talk about new shit because I don't want y'all damn wadders all the damn time. Salute to you, No Code 3. Salute Knowledge Power. Salute Musa Bronze, Carl, LaFon. Yeah, you kind of new too, brother. A lot of new faces, man. I see a lot of new faces. I appreciate y'all. I rock with y'all. This is Ears to the Street. Wick made 912. I'm out your area. Y'all make sure you hit your notifications, man. Catch me a little later, man. We going back at it. Salute, 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 Helma. Thank you for coming up and dropping them gems, man. You need to come up when we bring up this. When I do start talking about the Anunnaki and stuff like that, I want to have a conversation just about the Anunnaki first, and then we could go further than that. You know, now I do gotta come and bring y'all some Wabbit news later also, but we're gonna get into some good shit news too, because I ain't got 2 pages to throw it out there. So I am creating a new page also too, so y'all look forward to that. I just got to get a little time. Today is the day that I'm going to fight my YouTube strike on my other channel, so I got to get that done today too. And plus we got football today also, so I'm gonna be keeping an eye on the football games and my pool ticket. So when I get back, we'll definitely go live, you know what I'm saying, do a little chill thing. We'll go over some of the knowledge, some of the sacred knowledge and stuff that that our ancestors knew, that they forgot to pass along, got broken away from us, you know, doing all the bullshit's been going on. So salute to y'all. Check out brother Billy Carson, you know what I'm saying? Check out that Forbidden Knowledge. I'm pretty sure you can find something in there that you like. It's full of knowledge. But I hope everybody enjoyed it. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button, man. It is very important that y'all hit that like button. Salute, Vaughn. Yeah, anybody that want to come up and have these conversations, man, I want to talk about this Anunnaki stuff and you know, just the history of mankind. It ain't got to be about just black people. We have to stop because you'll realize that, yeah, black people, you know, it probably was black people that, you know, brought us here. But you're going to realize that kind of don't matter. It don't. But I don't want to keep going right now. We'll talk about it a little later. Salute Jay Lee. Y'all have a nice day. I'll see y'all later. Quick mate.